Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I babysat a lot when I was 17, mostly because it was easy money and didn't involve standing behind a register or serving coffee to grumpy customers. The neighborhood families knew me, trusted me, and that meant regular work on weekends. But out of all the families I babysat for, the Millers were my favorite. They paid well, always left snacks in the kitchen, and their kids went to bed on time without fuss. It was pretty much the perfect setup, at least until that one night changed things. It was late September, a Friday evening, and the sky had turned cloudy and gray by the time I walked up their driveway. Mr. Miller greeted me at the door, buttoning his coat hurriedly, clearly running behind schedule. "Hey, Sam," he said, offering me a quick smile as he grabbed his keys from the bowl near the door. "Kids are already asleep upstairs. Molly's got a bit of a cold, but nothing serious. They should be fine." "No worries," I assured him, stepping inside as Mrs. Miller rushed past, slipping an earring into place. "Thanks again, Sam," she said quickly, giving my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "We shouldn't be out too late tonight, but you know how these work things can drag on." I smiled back reassuringly. "Seriously, take your time. I got everything covered." She relaxed a bit, clearly grateful. "You're the best." With a hurried goodbye, they were gone, the door closing softly behind them. I locked the deadbolt automatically and flipped on a few extra lights, mostly to make the house feel a little warmer, a little less quiet. Babysitting had taught me one thing. Clearly an empty, silent house felt eerie, even if it was perfectly safe. I settled onto the sofa and flipped through the channels, landing on some old sitcom I didn't recognize but left playing as background noise. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling the trees near the window, making soft scraping sounds against the glass. The house creaked softly around me, just enough to be unsettling, but familiar enough to ignore. About half an hour had passed when the landline on the small table next to me rang suddenly, jolting me upright. The shrill sound pierced through the calm, making my heart jump a little. Nobody ever called the house line when I was babysitting, so I figured it might be the Millers checking in or maybe someone with the wrong number. I picked up the phone, cleared my throat quietly, and answered, "Miller Residence." There was a brief pause on the other end, silence that seemed heavier than it should have been. Then a man's voice spoke, calm and low. "Is the babysitter there?" Something about the way he said it made me uncomfortable. It wasn't harsh or threatening exactly, but the words were oddly deliberate, as if he'd practiced the question in his head. Yeah, that's me," I replied cautiously. "Who's this?" There was another pause, shorter this time, followed by the click of him hanging up. No explanation, no apology, just silence. I held the phone to my ear a moment longer, my confusion morphing slowly into annoyance. Probably some kind of prank call. Maybe a kid from school who'd found out I was babysitting tonight. It wasn't impossible. Friends loved messing around with stuff like that. Still, something felt off about it. I didn't recognize the voice, and none of my friends sounded that old or that serious. Shaking it off, I set the phone back down carefully, settling deeper into the couch again. The sitcom had moved on, laughter from the television drifting aimlessly through the quiet house, but my attention was elsewhere. The man's voice kept replaying in my head, calm but insistent. "Is the babysitter there?" I tried distracting myself, pulling out my phone to text a friend, but before I got very far, the landline rang again, shrill and insistent. This time I hesitated briefly before answering. "Miller Residence," I said again, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Hey, Sam, it's Mrs. Miller." Her voice came through clearly, warm and reassuring. I exhaled in relief, my shoulders relaxing. "Hi, Mrs. Miller," I replied, feeling silly for the tension I'd been holding. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, yes, everything's fine," she said quickly, almost a little embarrassed. "I just had a weird feeling and wanted to make sure you were okay. Are the kids still asleep?" "Yeah," I said, glancing upstairs automatically. "I haven't heard a peep from them." "Great," she said, audibly relieved. "We shouldn't be too much longer. Just wanted to check in." "Okay, no problem," I reassured her. "See you soon." I hung up the phone, feeling oddly comforted by her call, but still puzzled about the earlier one. I wondered if I should have mentioned it, but I didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. After all, nothing had really happened, just a single call from some bored prankster. Time passed quietly after that. The television continued its loop of sitcom reruns, blending into background noise, and I found myself glancing toward the phone occasionally, almost expecting it to ring again. But it remained silent, and gradually my nerves settled back into normalcy. When the Millers finally came home, almost 2 hours later, I greeted them at the door. Mrs. Miller looked exhausted, but smiled warmly, while Mr. Miller busied himself hanging their coats. "Everything still okay?" she asked casually, slipping off her shoes near the entryway. "Yeah," I said slowly, deciding I needed to mention it after all. "But there was this weird call earlier. A man asked if the babysitter was here, and then hung up." She froze, mid-movement, glancing quickly toward her husband. Their expressions changed instantly, quiet alarm flickering between them. "What's wrong?" I asked, noticing their reaction. "Did something happen?" Mr. Miller cleared his throat awkwardly. We have a no-call list. It's for safety reasons. Everyone who's allowed to call our home phone is listed and cleared." "Do you remember the number that called?" I shook my head slowly. "No, sorry, it didn't show up." He hung up quickly. Mrs. Miller looked even more unsettled, glancing nervously upstairs. "Okay, well, thank you for letting us know," she said quietly. "We'll check the logs, make sure everything's fine." I left shortly after that, feeling distinctly uneasy, wondering who that man had been and why the Millers suddenly seemed afraid. Something had shifted in the air, turning what started as just another babysitting night into something more troubling. And even now, years later, I still wonder about the man who called, about what he wanted, and about how close I might have come to something I couldn't fully imagine. The strange phone call stuck with me for days, sitting quietly in the back of my mind. Even as life moved on and I babysat for other families in the neighborhood, I couldn't quite shake the unsettled feeling I'd had when Mr. and Mrs. Miller exchanged that worried glance. It was like they knew something I didn't, something they hadn't wanted to tell me. After about a week, though, the incident began to fade into the background noise of daily life. School, homework, hanging out with friends was easy enough to let it drift away as just a weird moment, something to shrug off. But then, one afternoon, I ran into Mrs. Miller at the grocery store. She spotted me first, calling my name softly from behind. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Miller," I said, smiling politely as I turned to face her. But my smile faltered when I noticed the worried look still lingering in her eyes. "Hey, Sam," she said gently, her voice hesitant. "I wanted to talk to you about the other night, the phone call." My stomach tightened a little. I'd almost convinced myself to forget about it, but seeing her concern brought it rushing back. "Did you ever find out who it was?" I asked carefully. She shook her head, glancing around the aisle, as if someone else might be listening. "No, the number never showed up in our logs, and the police couldn't trace it. Honestly, we're not sure what to think." "The police?" I asked, startled. "You called them?" "Just to be safe," she said quickly, placing a comforting hand on my arm. "It probably wasn't anything serious, but we've had some strange things happen in the neighborhood before. Calls, someone knocking on windows late at night, small things. The police said they'd look into it, but we haven't heard anything back yet." I swallowed uneasily. This wasn't the kind of conversation I'd expected to have in the cereal aisle on a Tuesday afternoon. "Should I be worried?" I finally asked. She forced a reassuring smile. "No, of course not. I just wanted you to know we're aware of it, and we've upgraded our security system. I promise, you're safe when you babysit for us. We wouldn't let anything happen." Her reassurance helped, but I couldn't ignore the small knot of anxiety that had settled in my chest again. I nodded, thanked her, and continued shopping, but my mind kept drifting back to the call and that quiet, deliberate voice asking for the babysitter. 2 weeks later, the Millers texted me, asking if I could babysit again. I hesitated only briefly before agreeing. They were good people, and whatever had happened wasn't their fault. Besides, it was a Friday night, and extra cash never hurt. When I arrived, Mr. Miller answered the door again. This time, though, there was something slightly different about the way he greeted me. He smiled warmly, but his eyes scanned the street behind me, lingering briefly before stepping aside and letting me in. "Thanks again, Sam," he said quietly, locking the door carefully behind us. "We've installed a new alarm system just in case. I'll write down the code for you." He scribbled a quick sequence of numbers on a piece of paper, handing it to me. I tucked it into my pocket, feeling strangely reassured by the added security measure. The kids were already asleep again, and the Millers left quickly, promising they'd return sooner this time. Alone again, I checked each room out of habit, confirming doors and windows were secure. I double-checked the alarm panel by the front door, glowing green, reassuring me everything was armed. Settling back onto the couch felt oddly familiar, yet different this time. My eyes kept drifting toward the phone, half expecting it to ring again. But the house remained quiet, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the muffled voices coming from the television. An hour passed without incident. I felt my shoulders finally begin to relax, my nerves easing slightly. Maybe Mrs. Miller was right. Maybe it had just been a strange call, nothing more. Just as I'd convinced myself things were completely normal, my phone vibrated suddenly, startling me. I glanced down, heart racing briefly before I saw it was just my friend Emily texting. "Babysitting again? Everything okay?" I smiled faintly at her concern, quickly replying, "Yeah, all good. Just a boring night." I barely had time to set my phone down when the landline rang, shrill and insistent, slicing through the quiet like before. My pulse quickened instantly, my breath catching in my throat. I hesitated, staring at the phone as it rang again, loud and persistent. Finally, I forced myself to answer, heart thumping uncomfortably. "Miller Residence," I said softly, trying to sound calm. Silence again, long, unsettling silence. Then that same voice spoke, calm, deliberate, familiar. "You're alone, aren't you?" Fear tightened in my throat, my voice coming out small and unsteady. "Who is this?" A quiet laugh echoed faintly through the line, cold and humorless. "Just checking." Then he hung up again, leaving me standing there in stunned silence, the phone trembling slightly in my hand. My eyes shot to the alarm panel again, still glowing green. I quickly moved toward the front door, double-checking it was securely locked, feeling exposed even behind the thick deadbolt. I thought about calling the Millers, then hesitated. I knew they'd rush home, panicked, worried, but would that help? Whoever it was hadn't made any explicit threats. Maybe he just wanted to scare me. Maybe he enjoyed the thought of someone alone and frightened in an empty house. I paced the living room anxiously, wondering if I should call the police directly, when my phone buzzed again. It was Emily, asking casually how things were going. Without thinking, I texted back quickly, "Can you come over? Something weird is going on." She replied instantly, concerned, "On my way." Relief washed over me, knowing I wouldn't have to sit alone with my anxiety much longer. But as I stood near the window, watching for her headlights, movement caught my eye outside, a shadow sliding quietly across the lawn, drifting toward the backyard. My heart froze in my chest. Someone was out there. Someone had been watching me. Carefully, silently, I moved toward the alarm panel again, reassured by its steady green glow. Then it suddenly flashed red. Back door open, blinked the warning, bright and impossible to ignore. Someone was inside the house with me. I stood frozen near the alarm panel, staring at the blinking red light. It meant the back door had been opened, the one facing the yard. My mind spun with panic, fear gripping me tightly, making it hard to think clearly. I had to move. The kids were upstairs, asleep, completely unaware that someone else was now inside the house with us. My pulse hammered in my ears as I tried to think. The landline was within reach, but I was afraid to make a noise. My phone felt useless in my pocket. The police wouldn't get here quickly enough. And what if they dismissed me again? Another quiet footstep echoed from the kitchen, closer this time. A chill passed over me, forcing me into action. Quickly, silently, I moved toward the staircase, desperate to reach the kids. If nothing else, I could hide with them, barricade the bedroom door, and call for help. I took the stairs slowly, quietly, my heart pounding with every step. The upstairs hallway was dark and silent, lit only by the glow of a small nightlight near Molly's bedroom. Carefully, I moved down the hall, ears alert for any sound downstairs, any indication that the intruder knew I was awake and aware. I reached Molly's room first, gently opening the door. She was sound asleep, breathing softly beneath her blankets. I stepped inside, pulling the door shut carefully behind me, listening intently. The house seemed quiet, almost calm again. Had I imagined the whole thing? Could it have been some glitch in the alarm system? But no, I knew better than that. I'd seen someone outside, a shadow moving deliberately toward the back door. This wasn't paranoia anymore. Someone was really here. Quietly, I took out my phone and dialed 911, my fingers trembling. A dispatcher answered immediately. 911, what's your emergency? I'm babysitting, I whispered quickly, trying to keep my voice calm and quiet. Someone broke into the house. The alarm went off, and I saw someone come inside through the back. The operator's voice stayed calm and steady. What's your address? I whispered the address softly into the phone, barely loud enough to hear myself. Police are on the way, she assured me, her tone calm and professional. Stay hidden and keep quiet. I ended the call and waited, crouched in the darkened hallway, listening intently to the silence below. Time dragged by slowly, my muscles aching from being still for so long. Minutes passed, feeling like hours. I heard nothing from downstairs, no footsteps, no movements, just silence. Then, faintly, I heard a car outside. Blue lights flashed gently through the windows, washing across the walls. Relief flooded through me. The police were finally here. I carefully opened Molly's door and peeked in, checking once again to make sure she was still asleep, undisturbed by the noise. Her breathing remained steady, peaceful. The relief I felt at seeing her safe was overwhelming. I closed the door quietly and hurried back to the stairs, listening carefully as the front door downstairs opened and officers moved inside, announcing themselves clearly, their voices authoritative and firm. "Police," one officer called clearly. "If you're inside, make yourself known." Silence. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. After a few tense moments, I heard footsteps coming slowly upstairs. A flashlight beam swept the hallway, illuminating me crouched against the wall. "Are you the one who called?" asked the officer gently. "Yes," I whispered, relief shaking my voice. "The kids are asleep. Did you find anyone downstairs?" The officer shook his head slowly. Back door was open, but whoever it was is gone now. Must have run off when they saw us coming. He offered me a comforting hand, helping me to my feet. Together we moved quietly downstairs, the other officers already inspecting the rooms carefully. Everything seemed exactly as I had left it, untouched and orderly. It was surreal how calm the house seemed now, considering someone had just been inside. "Do you think he was after the kids?" I asked, my voice small. The officer hesitated for just a second, clearly thinking carefully about how to answer. "We can't be sure yet, but this kind of thing is usually about opportunity. Probably someone hoping to find valuables. You did the right thing calling right away." We stood there awkwardly in the hall for a moment before headlights flashed through the window, illuminating the driveway. The Millers were back, pulling into their driveway in a rush. "Oh, thank God," Mrs. Miller said breathlessly when she stepped through the door and saw the officers. "Are the kids all right?" "They're fine," I reassured her immediately, watching her visibly relax. "They're still asleep." Mr. Miller moved quickly toward me, eyes wide with concern. "Sam, are you okay? What happened?" I explained everything, the alarm going off, the shadow outside, the call I'd received earlier. Mr. Miller listened silently, his jaw tightening the more I spoke. Mrs. Miller stayed close to his side, anxiety etched across her features. One of the officers stepped forward gently. "Do you know anyone who might want to harm your family?" "No," Mrs. Miller said quickly, shaking her head. "Never." The officer nodded slowly. "Well, we'll patrol the area tonight, just to be safe. It might have been random, but it's better to stay cautious." I glanced nervously around the room, feeling a sudden urge to leave, to go home, to escape the lingering anxiety still hanging over the place. Mrs. Miller saw it on my face immediately and touched my shoulder gently. "We understand if you don't feel comfortable staying here again, Sam." I nodded gratefully. "Thanks. I appreciate that." After a few more reassurances and polite goodbyes, one of the officers walked me home. I felt safer with him there, walking quietly beside me, flashlight beams sweeping slowly across sidewalks and shadows. When I finally reached my own front door, relief rushed through me completely, relaxing muscles I hadn't realized were still tense. Days passed without incident. The neighborhood gradually returned to normal, though the incident stayed fresh in everyone's minds. I stopped babysitting for a while, needing distance from that night. Eventually, life moved forward, and things felt safe again. Months later, a detective called to let me know they'd caught the intruder, a local man with a criminal record, known for minor break-ins. He wasn't targeting me specifically, or even the Millers. It had been random, just as the officer had guessed. And although the detective assured me the man wouldn't be out anytime soon, I didn't babysit again for months. Eventually, the fear faded, replaced by caution and a greater awareness of how vulnerable we all really were. I kept doors locked, alarms set, always aware of every sound around me. But at least now, the threat had a face, a name. He was just a man after all, not some nameless phantom hiding in shadows. I had answers, the Millers had their peace, and life slowly, finally, returned to normal. It was early autumn, and the nights were just starting to get colder. I remember pulling my jacket tighter around myself as my friend Sophie and I walked toward the restaurant. We decided to meet at this new place in town, a small, cozy-looking spot tucked between a bookstore and a closed-down bakery. Neither of us had been there before, but we'd heard good things: great food, quiet atmosphere, perfect for catching up after weeks of busy schedules. When we walked in, it felt exactly how we'd hoped. Comfortable lighting, soft music playing quietly in the background, and the gentle hum of conversation filling the room. We chose a table near the window, overlooking the street. Our waiter quickly appeared, friendly and welcoming, taking our drink orders and promising to return soon with menus. "So," Sophie said, leaning back comfortably into her chair, "how's life been treating you lately?" We fell into easy conversation: work, relationships, the usual updates friends share when they haven't seen each other in a while. The restaurant was about half full, peaceful enough that we didn't feel rushed. Around us, people talked softly, enjoying their meals, paying no particular attention to anyone else. About halfway through dinner, though, something began to change. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, just a vague sense of being watched. It started slowly, like a subtle shift in the atmosphere that made me glance around the restaurant. Across from us, at a small table meant for two, sat a couple. They looked ordinary enough, probably mid-40s, nicely dressed, quietly talking to each other, but when I glanced in their direction, they quickly looked away, almost too abruptly. I shrugged it off, returning to my conversation with Sophie. It wasn't uncommon for people to glance around at restaurants after all. But a few minutes later, that uncomfortable feeling returned stronger than before. Again, I caught the couple staring, this time more openly, the woman leaning in to whisper something to the man. He nodded slightly, still looking straight at us. Am I imagining things, or are those people staring at us? Sophie asked quietly, noticing my distraction. I thought it was just me, I admitted softly. But yeah, they're definitely staring. We shared a small laugh, trying to ease the growing awkwardness, but it didn't help. The couple continued glancing in our direction, occasionally whispering to each other as though we were the topic of their conversation. Finally, the man leaned toward us slightly, clearing his throat to get our attention. "Excuse me," he said gently, offering a cautious smile. "Sorry to interrupt your dinner, but we've been trying to figure it out. You two know each other from school, right?" Sophie and I exchanged puzzled glances. "No," I replied politely, shaking my head. "We never went to school together." The woman tilted her head curiously, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you sure? You're both from Hillside, aren't you?" I felt a chill run down my spine. Hillside was indeed my hometown, but Sophie was from several towns away. "Well, I'm from Hillside," I said hesitantly, "but Sophie isn't." The woman frowned slightly, as if I'd confused her. "But Sophie lived there too, briefly, right? Near the old library on Cedar Street." My stomach twisted uncomfortably. Sophie had briefly lived in Hillside, near the old library on Cedar Street, something she'd mentioned to me only once or twice in passing. Sophie looked visibly startled, and I saw confusion mirrored on her face. "How do you know that?" Sophie asked carefully, her voice trembling just a little. The couple exchanged another quick glance before the man offered a friendly smile that now felt forced, unnatural. "Maybe we're mistaken," he said softly, "but we thought we recognized you both. Your parents are Mark and Karen, aren't they?" My heart started racing. Mark and Karen were indeed my parents' names, but I'd never met this couple before. I'd never even seen them around Hillside. "I'm sorry," I managed, my voice suddenly dry, "but I don't think we've ever met. Who are you?" The woman smiled reassuringly, but there was something off about it, something hollow and artificial. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Probably just our mistake. You two just look very familiar, that's all." Her words hung awkwardly between us, clearly untrue. They knew far too much for it to be a mistake. Sophie stared at her plate, clearly uncomfortable, picking nervously at her food. I didn't know what else to say, so I mumbled something polite and turned my attention back to Sophie, pretending to continue our meal as if nothing had happened. But the damage was done. Our conversation had died completely, replaced by tense silence. The couple beside us fell quiet as well, no longer speaking or even whispering. Instead, they sat silently, barely touching their food, occasionally looking our way with unreadable expressions. Finally, the woman stood abruptly, gathering her belongings quickly. The man followed suit, pulling on his coat and avoiding eye contact with us entirely. Without another word, they moved swiftly toward the exit, leaving their plates half-eaten. Sophie exhaled deeply as the door closed behind them, tension draining from her shoulders. "What the hell was that?" she whispered, clearly shaken. "I have no idea," I admitted, unable to hide the unease in my voice. "I've never seen those people before." When our waiter returned, he noticed our discomfort immediately. "Is everything okay?" he asked gently, eyeing the couple's abandoned plates. "Did something happen?" "Do you know who those people were?" Sophie asked nervously, nodding toward the empty table. "The couple who just left?" He shook his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "No, not at all. They were here before my shift even started, just sitting there for hours, barely touching their food. I've never seen them here before." Sophie and I shared another unsettled look. Whoever they were, they'd known things they shouldn't have, details from our lives, names and places only close friends or family would know. We finished dinner quietly, unsettled, unable to shake the feeling we'd stumbled into something deeply strange. As we stepped outside into the cold night air, glancing nervously up and down the street, I couldn't help but wonder. Who were those people? How did they know so much about us? And what did they really want? After that strange encounter, Sophie and I drifted apart for a while. It wasn't deliberate, but somehow the awkwardness of that night clung to our interactions. Each text message was a little more forced, each casual invitation a bit more hesitant. Neither of us admitted it openly, but I think we both felt it. Something had changed. That couple had slipped quietly into our lives for just one night, but their presence lingered, a shadow neither of us could entirely shake. Life went on, though, as it always does. Days became weeks, and gradually the uneasy memory faded to the edges of my thoughts. Work, family gatherings, birthdays, normalcy pushed its way back in, bringing comfort in routine and familiarity. Soon enough, I began to believe the whole thing was just a bizarre coincidence. Maybe we'd misunderstood something, misread their intentions, Maybe they had overheard our conversation earlier in the evening, pieced together details from snippets of what they'd heard. Strange, sure, but possible. A few months after the incident, I found myself back in Hillside for my parents' anniversary party. My mom had organized a small get-together at their house, and I'd come home to help out and see some familiar faces. The afternoon passed pleasantly, laughter and conversation filling the air. The uneasy memory of the restaurant was the farthest thing from my mind. Toward evening, though, as guests slowly filtered out, my mom pulled me aside, concern etched on her face. "Sweetheart, did you invite someone tonight?" she asked carefully, glancing toward the living room window. "No," I answered, puzzled. "Why?" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "There's a car that's been parked across the street for hours. I noticed it earlier but didn't think much of it. They're still there." I moved to the window to look. Sure enough, parked beneath the street lamp was a dark sedan, windows tinted, engine off. It looked entirely ordinary, except that I'd never seen it before. Hillside was the kind of town where you recognized cars and knew which house they belonged to. This one didn't belong. "It's probably nothing," I reassured her gently, forcing myself to sound confident. "Maybe someone visiting one of the neighbors?" Mom didn't look convinced, but she nodded slowly, accepting my explanation for the moment. I felt uneasy, though. The car remained in place, silent, unmoving. Later, as the evening wound down, I stepped onto the porch to say goodbye to the last few guests. As they drove off, I noticed the car across the street again, still there, still silent. A sudden impulse took hold of me, driven partly by frustration and partly by a stubborn desire to confront whatever was happening head on. Without thinking too much, I walked toward the car, my footsteps echoing softly on the quiet street. As I approached, the driver's side window rolled down slowly, revealing a woman's face partially obscured by shadows. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled softly, familiar and unsettling. My stomach tightened as I immediately recognized her as the woman from the restaurant. Her voice was calm and pleasant when she finally spoke. "Hello again," she said quietly, almost gently. "Didn't mean to alarm you." My heart began pounding hard against my chest. "What are you doing here? Were you watching us?" She shook her head slowly, a faint, apologetic smile still lingering on her lips. "Not exactly. We just wanted to make sure you were okay." Her words confused me, and anger flickered beneath my fear. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" She hesitated slightly, her eyes briefly shifting to something behind me before settling back onto mine. "We're not following you," she replied carefully. "At least not in the way you think. There's something you need to know. Can we speak somewhere else?" "No," I snapped sharply, frustration edging into my voice. "If you have something to say it now." She glanced again over my shoulder, this time more urgently. I turned quickly, instinctively following her gaze, but the street behind me was empty. When I faced her again, her expression had changed now, filled with genuine worry. "I think we've made a mistake," she whispered softly, almost sadly. "You shouldn't be involved in this. We're sorry." Before I could respond, she started the car. Tires whispered softly against asphalt as she drove away, headlights disappearing down the road, leaving me alone and confused on the empty street. Back inside, my mom immediately noticed my shaken expression. "What happened?" she asked, worry evident in her eyes. I took a deep breath, not sure how to explain what had just occurred. Finally, I decided honesty was best. "Remember when I told you about that weird couple at the restaurant a few months ago? She was outside just now. She said they were watching me to make sure I was okay." Mom's face paled slightly, and she moved to the front window again, peering out nervously. "That's not right. Something feels off about this." I nodded quietly, feeling unsettled all over again. My mind spun, replaying every detail of our brief conversation. Why had she been so worried? And what did she mean when she said they'd made a mistake? The rest of the evening passed in tense quietness. I stayed awake late into the night, checking the street every so often, paranoid about seeing headlights again. But the car didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion won out, pulling me into a restless sleep. The next morning, as sunlight filtered softly through my bedroom window, the night before seemed distant and almost dreamlike. But when I came downstairs, my parents were sitting quietly at the kitchen table, speaking softly in worried voices. "What's wrong?" I asked cautiously, feeling dread settle over me. My father slid a folded piece of paper across the table toward me, his expression grave. "Someone left this on our doorstep overnight." Hands shaking, I unfolded the note, feeling a chill slip down my spine as I read the simple handwritten message. "We're sorry. Please be careful. We'll try not to contact you again." It was unsigned, anonymous, and yet undeniably connected to everything that had happened. 1,000 unanswered questions rushed through my mind, and no matter how I turned them over, no explanations came. One thing, however, became painfully clear. This wasn't random. They knew me. They knew my family, my friends. And whatever their intentions, they decided now that I was in danger. But from what or who I still didn't know. After the note appeared on my parents' doorstep, everything felt different. It wasn't paranoia or fear exactly, but a heightened awareness of every little thing around me. Every unfamiliar car passing slowly down our street, every stranger walking too close behind me at the grocery store, everything suddenly mattered. I felt exposed, vulnerable, constantly watched. My parents urged me to go to the police, but I hesitated. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound crazy or paranoid? There hadn't been threats or violence, just unsettling encounters and vague warnings. The police wouldn't take it seriously, or worse, they'd dismiss it entirely, without concrete proof or even a direct threat. There was nothing they could do. Still, my father was insistent, and eventually, reluctantly, I agreed to speak with someone. At the local police station, I sat in a small office, quietly explaining the bizarre situation to a tired-looking detective named Martin. He listened patiently, jotting occasional notes, and only interrupted when he needed clarification. "So, they didn't threaten you directly?" he asked calmly, tapping his pen against his notepad. "No," I admitted softly, frustration building inside me. but they knew too much. They mentioned specific details about my hometown, about my family. It was creepy. He nodded slowly, thoughtful but clearly skeptical. Is it possible these were just acquaintances of your parents, or someone who recognized you from social media? No, I said firmly. I've thought about that. My parents didn't recognize the descriptions, and I keep my profiles private. None of this adds up. Detective Martin sighed gently, rubbing his eyes. Look, I believe you. Something strange is going on, but there's just not much I can do right now. Keep an eye out, document anything suspicious. If anything more direct happens, let me know. Feeling defeated, I left the station and returned to my parents' house, unsure what to do next. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something bigger than myself, something hidden and troubling, something I was never supposed to know about. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, life had to return to some form of normal. Sophie and I finally met up again, both of us eager to put the strangeness behind us. Sitting across from her in our favorite coffee shop, we carefully avoided mentioning what had happened at the restaurant, focusing instead on small, safe conversations. Yet beneath every laugh, every smile, there was tension we both pretended not to notice. Eventually, Sophie set down her coffee, her voice quiet but firm. We can't keep pretending it didn't happen, she finally said, looking me directly in the eyes. Have you heard anything else? No, I admitted, relief flooding me that she had finally spoken up. But someone left a note at my parents' place a few weeks ago. Just said they were sorry, told me to be careful. Sophie's face went pale, her expression troubled. Sam, that's serious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I don't know, I sighed. I guess I thought if I didn't talk about it, it would just go away. She shook her head gently, leaning in closer. You can't just ignore stuff like that. Whoever they weren't random. They knew things nobody should know. I went to the police, I told her quietly. They couldn't do much without direct threats. Sophie exhaled slowly, clearly frustrated. Maybe it's time to find out for ourselves. If nobody else is going to help us, maybe we need to look into it on our own. At first, the idea terrified Mabute deep down. I knew she was right. We had to do something. Over the following weeks, we began carefully piecing together everything we could. We made notes, retraced our steps, and even revisited the restaurant. But no matter how carefully we searched, we found nothing. No leads, no clues, no couple waiting to explain themselves. It was as though they had vanished entirely, leaving only confusion behind. Then, one evening, Sophie called me, her voice trembling with nervous excitement. I found something, she said quickly. You need to see this. Come over. I arrived at her apartment half an hour later, and she led me immediately to her computer. On the screen was a local news article from Hillside, dated nearly 20 years ago. The headline read clearly, Local couple missing. Police find no clues. My heart sped up as I skimmed the article. It told the story of a husband and wife, Stephen and Marie Caldwell, who vanished suddenly one night, leaving behind their young daughter. There had been no signs of foul play, no explanations, and eventually the investigation stalled completely. They were from Hillside, Sophie explained nervously. "But look at the photo." My breath caught as my eyes focused on the grainy picture of the couple smiling warmly at the camera. Even with the poor image quality, the resemblance was unmistakable. "It's them," I whispered softly. "The couple from the restaurant." "But that doesn't make sense," Sophie said quietly, shaking her head in confusion. "This was years ago." "Maybe they're family?" I suggested cautiously. "Maybe relatives?" She shook her head slowly, glancing nervously toward me. "No, Sam. Look closer. It's definitely them." A chill settled over the room, reality slipping slightly as we both struggled to understand what this meant. The couple we'd encountered had known so much because they'd once lived here, in our town, but they'd vanished 2 decades ago without a trace. "So who were the people we talked to?" I asked quietly, my voice shaking. Sophie didn't answer right away, staring blankly at the screen. Finally she shrugged, looking lost. "I have no idea. But I think we need to stop digging. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us. Maybe they just wanted us to know something happened, something nobody else saw." We never found another explanation. We didn't pursue it further, didn't contact the police again, because honestly, what could we say? A missing couple from 2 decades ago sat beside us at a restaurant, knew our lives intimately, and then vanished again without explanation. Nobody would believe it. Gradually, Sophie and I returned fully to our normal lives. The strange encounters never happened again, and eventually, we allowed ourselves to forge it, or at least to pretend we did. We found new restaurants, new friends, and moved forward, carrying only the quiet understanding between us that some questions never get answered. But sometimes, late at night when sleep refuses to come, I still wonder about the couple from Hillside, about what happened to them 20 years ago, and why, for just a brief moment, they appeared to us. Maybe Sophie was right. Maybe they just wanted someone to notice, someone to remember their story, even if we never truly understood it. Even now, that's the closest we've come to making sense of it all, and strangely enough, it's enough. I don't know if I'm overreacting. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. But every time I try to let it go, every time I tell myself it was nothing, I feel that tight pull in my chest, that gnawing, sick feeling that won't go away. Something is wrong in our house, and I think it has to do with our baby. My wife, Sarah, and I had our daughter, Lily, 6 months ago. She's perfect, healthy, happy, all things considered, a pretty easy baby. We live in a small, 1-story home in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a cozy little place we'd been fixing up since we bought it. Neither of us were paranoid people. We never felt unsafe before. But having a baby changes things. That's why we got the monitor. A simple night vision baby cam with motion detection and sound alerts. Something to give us peace of mind. That's what it was supposed to do. But now, I think it's the reason I'm not sleeping. It started last week. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a soft chime from my phone. Motion detected. Lily's room. I wasn't alarmed at first. Babies move in their sleep all the time. The alert was probably just her shifting, maybe rolling over. But when I opened the app, Lily was perfectly still, lying on her back, sleeping peacefully in her crib. For a moment, I felt a rush of relief. Then, I saw it. Just at the edge of the frame. The corner of a face. Not Lily's. Someone else. The monitor didn't have the best resolution, but it was enough. Enough to see the faint outline of a forehead, a sliver of a cheekbone, peeking into the frame. Watching. I froze. My mind short-circuited, flipping between explanations. A reflection? A glitch? I forced myself to blink, to focus. The figure wasn't moving. Just watching. I nearly dropped my phone. And then, just as I started to move, the screen went black. I shoved off the blankets and ran. Didn't stop to wake Sarah, didn't think. I threw open Lily's door so hard it smacked the wall. The crib was right where it had always been. Lily was still there, sleeping, completely undisturbed. And there was no one else in the room. I stood there for a long time, my breath heavy, my heartbeat slamming against my ribs. I checked everything. Closet? Empty. Under the crib? Nothing. Windows? Locked from the inside. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. And yet, I knew what I saw. Someone had been in the frame, watching, and they weren't there now. I didn't sleep after that. I spent the rest of the night going through the footage, trying to find the exact frame I had seen before the camera cut out. But when I played it back, the motion alert was still there. The clip was still there. But the face was gone, like it had never been there at all. Sarah woke up around 6 a.m., groggy and stretching as she walked into the living room. I was still on the couch, my laptop open, the baby monitor pulled up on my phone. She frowned. "Did you even come back to bed?" I didn't answer at first. Just stared at the monitor, watching Lily's tiny chest rise and fall. "I saw something," I said finally. Sarah's forehead creased. "What do you mean?" I hesitated. I knew how it sounded, but I told her everything. The alert, the face, the way it disappeared from the footage. She listened, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. "Babe," she said softly, "you haven't slept. You're exhausted. Maybe you just imagined it." I wanted to believe that. God, I wanted to believe that. But I couldn't. Because I knew what I saw. I tried to move on. Tried to pretend like it was just a weird camera glitch, like Sarah said. For a few days, nothing happened. And then last night, it happened again. I woke up to the motion alert at exactly 2:11 a.m. This time my hands were shaking when I opened the app. Lily was asleep. And just like before, something was standing at the edge of the frame. But this time, it was closer. More of the face was visible. A sliver of a jawline, a shadowed eye socket. And the worst part? It was lower this time. Like it was leaning into the crib. Like it was whispering something. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. The screen flickered. And then, Lily stirred. Her little head turned to the side. And she smiled. I ran. I don't even remember getting out of bed. By the time I reached the nursery, my hands were already on the doorknob, already twisting. But the second I stepped inside, I stopped cold. Because Lily wasn't alone. There was something in the crib with her. I barely processed what I was seeing. A hand. Resting gently on her blanket. A hand that wasn't mine. That wasn't Sarah's. That wasn't anyone's who was supposed to be here. I don't remember pulling Lily out. Don't remember grabbing her so fast she let out a startled cry. The second she was in my arms, I turned the light on. And there was nothing there. No hand. No one. Just an empty crib. Sarah ran in bleary-eyed and panicked. What happened? I couldn't speak. Just held Lily close, still feeling that phantom hand resting over her. Sarah took one look at me, then at the crib, and her expression changed. For the first time, I saw fear. I didn't sleep last night. I sat in the living room holding Lily, watching the monitor like my life depended on it. Sarah sat beside me, silent, wide awake too. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us asked the obvious question. Who was in the room with our daughter? I don't know what to do. Sarah wants to call the police, but what do we even say? That something is watching our baby? That it might not be human? That it might be someone inside the house? I don't know what's worse. The idea that something is breaking in at night, or the idea that something never left. I sat on the couch, holding Lily against my chest, her tiny body rising and falling with soft, steady breaths. Sarah sat beside me, rigid, her eyes glued to the baby monitor. Neither of us had spoken in over an hour. We were both waiting for something to move, waiting for something to come back. But the screen stayed still. The crib was empty. Sarah was the one who finally broke the silence. We need to call someone. Her voice was hoarse. We need to. Tell them what? I interrupted, my grip tightening around Lily. That something is in the house? Sarah rubbed her arms like she was trying to shake something off. You saw it too, the hand, the face on the monitor. This isn't just a glitch or our imagination. I swallowed. She was right. I hated that she was right. Because if we weren't imagining this, if it wasn't a trick of the light or some camera malfunction, that meant it was real. And if it was real, that meant someone was in the house with our baby. We checked everything. We moved through the house together, Lily clutched against my chest, searching every inch of the place. The closets. The attic. The crawl space beneath the house. We checked the windows, the locks, the security system logs. There was no sign of a break-in. No signs of forced entry. Nothing was missing, nothing was out of place. But we knew. We felt it. Like an echo in the air. Like something had been here, watching. And now it was waiting for us to fall asleep. By 5 a.m., Sarah gave up pretending we could act like everything was normal. She picked up her phone and dialed the police. She told them what we knew, no dramatics, no exaggeration. Just the facts. We had a baby monitor with night vision. We got an alert. We saw a face, a hand, someone in the crib. And when we went to check, there was no one there. The cops arrived within 20 minutes. 2 officers, a man and a woman, both looking like they'd heard 100 stories like this before. They searched the house, checked the locks, the windows, the vents. They asked if we had any enemies, anyone with a grudge, an ex, a disgruntled family member. We told them no. We weren't the kind of people who had enemies. We were just parents. Parents who had seen something impossible. After about an hour, the lead officer gave us a careful look. There's no sign of forced entry, he said. Nothing's been tampered with. He hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Sometimes when you're sleep-deprived, the mind. I cut him off. This isn't in our heads. Sarah held up her phone. We have footage. Look. She pulled up the clip from last night, the one that had woken me up. We watched together. The dim glow of Lily's nightlight. Her tiny figure, asleep in the crib. The soft rustling sound. And then, the face. The officer stiffened. The woman beside him took a sharp step closer to the screen. Play that again, she said. We did. The same image, the same slow movement at the edge of the frame. The face. not completely visible, not in focus. But there, watching, not Lily, us. The officers exchanged a look. The male officer turned to us, his expression unreadable. "We're going to do another sweep," he said. His tone was different now. Less skeptical, more cautious. Like he realized we weren't just paranoid parents. Like he knew something was off. They searched the house again, this time more carefully. Checking behind furniture, tapping on walls, testing the vents. We stayed in the kitchen, Lily cradled between us. Neither of us spoke. And then, a sound. A soft, muffled creak. The female officer turned sharply toward the nursery. "That wasn't us," she said. My throat felt tight. We followed her to Lily's room, the air thick, heavy, suffocating. I didn't want to go back in, but I had to. The officer stood near the crib, head tilted slightly, like she was listening to something we couldn't hear. Then, she looked up. There was a vent above the crib, a small one screwed into the ceiling. The officer stepped onto the rocking chair and lifted a flashlight. Sarah gripped my wrist so hard her nails dug into my skin. The officer's light hit something. Something inside the vent. Something reflective. Something that moved. Everything happened at once. The officer cursed. The male cop rushed forward. Sarah let out a sharp gasp as the officer reached up, gripping the vent. I took a step back, my legs locking up, my arms tightening around Lily. The officer yanked, and the vent cover popped off. And then, something fell. It wasn't a person. Not exactly. It was a bundle of objects. A crumpled t-shirt, a plastic bottle, and a baby pacifier. Not ours. Not Lily's. Sarah made a small, choked sound. The officer crouched, picking up the pacifier with gloved hands. It was old, dingy, like it had been used by someone else's baby. A long time ago. "Jesus," the male officer muttered, exhaling sharply. His partner stood, her face pale. "This isn't the first time," she said. She turned to us, her mouth set in a grim line. "You need to leave this house, tonight." The weight of her words settled in my chest. Sarah stared at her, unblinking. "But why? Who?" The officer hesitated. Then, carefully, "I think someone's been here before." She looked down at the items again. "Maybe someone's still here." I tightened my grip on Lily. Sarah grabbed my hand. We didn't argue. We didn't ask more questions. We packed a bag, walked out the door, and didn't look back. We're at a hotel now. The police are investigating, checking records, trying to figure out who lived there before us. But Sarah and I already made our decision. We're never going back. Because whoever or whatever was in our house, they had been there long before we arrived. And worst of all, they had been waiting for Lily. The police stayed for hours after finding the items in Lily's nursery vent. They dusted for prints, took photos, and checked every entry point in the house. But the part that made my skin crawl was when one of the officers pulled me aside. "Your vents lead to an external access point." His voice was low, careful. "There are fresh handprints on the outside cover. Someone's been removing it from outside." I felt the blood drain from my face. "You mean they were never inside the house?" His jaw tightened. "Not in the way you think." That night, Sarah and I packed our things. We weren't staying another second. The police arranged for a team to inspect the vents, and we drove to a motel with Lily. I barely slept, my mind racing with questions. Who had been watching our baby? How long had they been climbing in and out of the vents? And worst of all, what did they want? The next morning, I got a call. It was one of the officers. His voice was serious. We found something. My stomach twisted. What? A sleeping bag and food wrappers in the main duct. Someone had been hiding inside your vent system. I gripped the phone tighter, bile rising in my throat. They weren't living there full time, he continued, but they were coming and going. They had a way in and out. I thought of Lily's smiling face on the baby monitor. I thought of the hand resting on her blanket. Someone had been whispering to her at night. I clenched my fists. Did you catch them? A pause. Number. The house was now a crime scene. The police set up surveillance, hoping the intruder would return. But they never did. Whoever had been watching Lily was gone. And that terrified me even more. Because that meant they knew we were onto them. They were waiting for a better time. 2 weeks later, we officially moved out. I never stepped foot inside that house again. And I never checked the baby monitor again. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that motion alert. The face on the edge of the frame. The way Lily smiled at something I couldn't see. And I wonder, how close had we been to losing her? I met my roommate, Lena, on move-in day. She seemed normal, a little quiet, a little intense, but nothing weird. She was already in the dorm when I arrived, sitting cross-legged on the bed by the window, a book in her lap. She didn't look up right away when I walked in, just kept reading. "Hey," I said, dropping my bags. She turned her head slightly, as if she was only just noticing me. Then she smiled small, polite, calculated. "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft. She didn't say much else, just went back to her book while I unpacked. The room was small, like most dorms. 2 beds, 2 desks, a shared closet, bland beige walls, and a window that overlooked the courtyard. We made small talk, the usual questions. "What's your major? Where are you from? Do you know anyone here?" She answered each one simply, without elaborating. "English major, from 3 hours away. Didn't know anyone." Her voice was always quiet, measured, never hurried, never uncertain. That was my first impression of Lena. Strange, but not weird. At least, not yet. The first night I noticed something odd. I was lying in bed, exhausted from moving in, half asleep when I realized something. Lena hadn't turned off her light. I cracked one eye open. She was still sitting on her bed, still cross-legged, still reading. I blinked, groggy. "Hey, you going to sleep soon?" She turned a page. "I don't need much sleep." I frowned. "Lucky you," I muttered, rolling over. Maybe she was just a night owl. Maybe she had insomnia. I didn't think much of it. Until the next night. And the next. And the next. A week passed, and I had never not once seen Lena go to sleep. At first, I thought maybe she just stayed up later than me and woke up earlier. Maybe our schedules just didn't match. So one night, I tested it. I stayed up as long as I could, pretended to sleep, but kept sneaking glances at her. She never moved. She never lay down. She just sat on her bed in the same cross-legged position, eyes locked on whatever book she was reading. At 3 a.m., my eyes started to sting. My head felt heavy. I drifted for a second, my body forcing itself into sleep. When I jolted awake, Lena was exactly the same. Same position, same book in her hands, but she wasn't turning pages anymore. She was just staring at me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Lena?" My voice was hoarse. She blinked, then slowly she tilted her head. "Why are you awake?" she asked. My throat went dry. Yeah. My brain scrambled for an excuse. Lena smiled, just slightly, just enough to look wrong. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned a page. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By the second week, I started watching her more. I couldn't help it. It wasn't just that she didn't sleep. It was the way she moved, or rather how little she moved. She sat still for hours, never stretching, never shifting her weight. Even when she walked, her footsteps were too light, too careful. She never seemed tired, never yawned, never looked drained. I started asking questions, casually at first. "So what's your secret?" I joked one afternoon. "Caffeine? Superpowers?" Lena didn't laugh. "I just don't need much sleep," she said again. She said it the exact same way as before. Same voice, same tone, like she was reading a script. A shiver ran through me. I tried again. "Yeah, but do you take naps, sleep during the day?" She just smiled. I dropped it, but I started locking the door at night. The third week, things got worse. I started waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Every time I'd glance at Lena's bed, expecting to see her sitting up like usual. But some nights, she wasn't on her bed. She was standing by the window, or by her desk, just standing there, not moving, not reading, just waiting. I never heard her get up, never heard footsteps. She was just there. One night, I woke up and felt off. I didn't know why at first. Then I realized the room was too quiet. Not just normal nighttime quiet, dead quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I turned my head, and Lena was standing over my bed, staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. She was close, too close. Close enough that I could see the reflection of the hallway light in her wide, unblinking eyes. I went stiff. "Lena," I whispered. She didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react at all. I forced myself to sit up. My pulse pounded in my ears. What are you doing?" She tilted her head. "I was watching you," she murmured. My stomach twisted. "Why?" Her lips curled into that small, wrong smile. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A wave of nausea rolled through me. I forced a laugh, shaky and uneven. That's really creepy. Lena didn't answer. She just watched me. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned and climbed back into bed. Saturday, cross-legged, opened her book, like she hadn't just been standing over me in the dark, like she hadn't just said something that made my skin crawl. I lay there, frozen. I wanted to believe it was sleepwalking. I wanted to believe she was just weird. But I didn't. I couldn't. Because as I lay there, wide awake, I heard something else. A whisper. Soft, faint, almost like a giggle. Not from Lena's bed. From the corner of the room. From the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And I knew deep down I had to get out of this room before it was too late. I woke up exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. That kind of exhaustion where your body isn't the problem, your mind is. The kind that sits in the back of your skull, weighing down every thought, making everything feel slightly off. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. Lena was already awake. Of course she was. She was at her desk, sitting perfectly straight, fingers resting on an open book. She wasn't reading, though. She was just staring at the pages. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Morning," I muttered. She didn't look up right away, just sat there, motionless. Then, like someone flipping a switch, she turned her head toward me, smiling. "Good morning." Her voice was too soft. I forced myself to act normal, reaching for my phone. 7:42 a.m. I had class in an hour. Lena still hadn't blinked. I swung my legs over the bed and stood up. I could feel her eyes following me, but I didn't look at her. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. My stomach clenched. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, great." I grabbed my towel and headed for the door. The whole time, I felt like she was watching me go. I showered for longer than usual. I let the hot water run over my face, trying to scrub the night away, trying to forget the way Lena had stood over my bed, trying to forget what she had said. I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep. A shiver ran through me. I took a deep breath, gripping the sink. I needed to talk to someone. After class, I found Maggie. We had met during orientation, and even though we weren't that close, she was the only person I trusted right now. I pulled her aside, glancing over my shoulder. Lena wasn't nearby. "I need to tell you something," I said quietly. Maggie raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" I hesitated. It sounded ridiculous in my head, but I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. "My roommate," I started. She doesn't sleep." Maggie gave a short laugh. "Oh man, one of those?" "No, Maggie." I looked at her, my stomach twisting. I have never not once seen her sleep. She just sits there, reading, watching. She doesn't even move. Maggie frowned. I swallowed, and last night I hesitated. The words felt heavy. I woke up, and she was standing over me. Maggie's expression changed. She was just staring, I continued. Didn't say anything for a while, just watching me. Then my throat closed up. Then she said she wanted to see what I looked like when I slept. Maggie's face scrunched in disgust. Dude, that's what the hell. I don't know, I whispered. I don't know what to do. Maggie shook her head. You need to report her. To who? Housing? Yeah, this isn't normal, dude. What if she's, like, mentally unstable? I swallowed hard. I had thought about that. But there was something else about Lena. Something that didn't make sense. Something that went beyond mental illness. Maggie must have seen it on my face. She put a hand on my arm. Look, if you don't feel safe, you have to tell someone. You can crash in my dorm if you need to. I nodded. Thanks. But deep down I knew. I had to go back. At least one more night. That night, I stayed up as late as I could. I sat at my desk, headphones on, pretending to study. Lena sat across from me, flipping through a book. She was too still. Every so often I glanced at her. Her eyes moved back and forth across the page, but her breathing never changed. It was subtle, but I noticed. She didn't take deep breaths, didn't sigh, didn't fidget. I felt my skin crawl. What are you? I turned back to my laptop, heart pounding. I had to try something. Something small. Something that wouldn't make her suspicious. Slowly, I reached out and knocked a pen off my desk. It rolled across the floor, landing right at Lena's feet. She didn't move, didn't look at it, didn't react at all. My stomach twisted. She should have noticed. Anyone would have. I swallowed, reaching down to grab the pen myself. When I sat back up, Lena was looking at me. I sucked in a breath. Her expression was blank, not surprised, not curious, just blank. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then she smiled. That same small smile, and went back to reading. I felt like I was going to throw up. I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling. I could hear her turning pages. I had never been so aware of another person's presence before. I rolled onto my side, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My body begged for sleep, but I fought it. I just needed to see one thing. Just one moment. I needed to see her get tired. I needed to see her blink too long. Minutes passed, then an hour. And then I woke up. I didn't remember falling asleep, but the second my eyes opened, I knew. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The air was heavy. Still, I rolled over slowly, and my heart stopped. Lena wasn't in her bed. She wasn't at her desk. I knew where she was. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. She was standing by the door, facing the wall, completely still, My mouth went dry. My fingers clenched the blanket. I should say something. Ask her what she was doing. But I didn't. I just lay there, watching her. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually my body gave in. I woke up in the morning to my alarm. Lena was sitting at her desk, reading, as if nothing had happened. I showered in silence, got dressed in silence. I barely looked at Lena. I could feel her watching me, but I didn't react. I just grabbed my things and left the dorm. I needed space. I needed air. I needed to figure out what the hell was happening. At lunch, I sat across from Maggie, picking at my food. Maggie leaned in. "Did anything happen last night?" I hesitated. Then I nodded. Maggie's face darkened. "Dude, you need to get out of there." I swallowed hard. I know. But somehow I knew. Lena wasn't going to let me go that easily. I spent the entire day avoiding my dorm. I stayed in the library until my back ached from sitting in the same position for hours. When it closed, I wandered campus, pretending I had somewhere to be. I wasn't hungry, but I bought a sandwich just to waste time eating it. Anything to keep from going back to her. The whole time, my phone sat heavy in my pocket. I could go to housing, tell them I didn't feel safe, ask for a room transfer. But what would I even say? My roommate doesn't sleep. That wasn't a crime. It wasn't even against dorm rules. Even if I told them about the staring, the standing, the whispering at night, it wouldn't be enough. Not unless she actually did something. I could hear it now. She's just a little weird. Maybe she has insomnia. Maybe I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. And I knew, no matter how long I stayed out, I'd have to go back eventually. I took a deep breath before unlocking the door. The room was dark. For a split second, I thought she wasn't there, that maybe she had finally gone out. Then I saw her. She was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, hands resting on her lap. Her face was in shadow, but I could see the outline of her eyes open, watching. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. I set my bag down, moving slow, careful. My body felt too aware of everything. How loud my breathing was, how small the room felt. I turned on my desk lamp. A weak yellow glow filled the space. Lena still didn't move. "You were out late," she said softly. My fingers tensed on the strap of my bag. "Yeah." I forced myself to act normal, took out my laptop, plugged in my phone, didn't look at her. She didn't ask where I was. She didn't ask what I was doing. She just sat there. I could feel her staring. I almost turned to her to say something, anything, but then she moved. Not much. Just her head tilting slightly. Her neck bending at an angle that wasn't natural. My stomach twisted. I forced my gaze back to my laptop. My hands were cold, fingers stiff. I couldn't be here anymore. Tomorrow, I'd talk to housing. Tomorrow, I'd be gone. I lay in bed with my back turned to her, forcing myself to breathe slow. I knew she was awake. I knew she was still sitting there. I kept my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. A long, heavy silence stretched between us. Then, a rustle. Not loud, not obvious. Just the sound of fabric shifting. My fingers curled into the blanket. Then, soft and slow, a whisper. I barely heard it over my heartbeat. It wasn't my name. It wasn't words. It was just muttering. Quiet, too quiet. Like she was talking to herself. Or to something else. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I opened them, I'd see her sitting up. Or standing. Or worse, right beside my bed. I wanted to scream. Wanted to run. But I didn't. I just lay there, listening to whatever she was whispering. I don't know when I finally passed out, but when I woke up, Lena was standing by the closet, facing inside, perfectly still. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wasn't dreaming. She was awake, and she was waiting for something. I barely got through the next day. I moved like a ghost, floating from class to class, barely hearing what anyone said. I didn't take notes, didn't eat. All I could think about was last night. What had she been whispering? What was she waiting for? I sat across from Maggie at lunch, barely touching my food. Maggie frowned. "Dude, you look like hell." I swallowed. "I need to get out of that room." "Did you tell housing yet?" I shook my head. She huffed. "Jesus, Ethan. What if she's dangerous?" That's what I was afraid of. But I didn't know how to prove it. I pushed my tray away. "I'll go after class." Maggie nodded. "Good. Do not sleep there tonight." Housing told me there were no available rooms. The girl at the desk didn't even look concerned. I stood there, my pulse hammering. "You don't understand. I can't stay there." She sighed. "Look, I can put you on the wait list, but we don't have an open bed right now." I gritted my teeth. "So I just have to deal with it." She gave me a sympathetic look that didn't reach her eyes. "We can schedule a meeting with both of you if there's a conflict." I laughed, actually laughed. A meeting. Like this was a normal roommate problem. Like she just left dishes in the sink too long. "Forget it," I muttered, turning away. I walked out into the cold, the reality sinking in. I had to stay one more night. I texted Maggie. "Housing won't move me. I have to stay one more night." She texted back immediately. "Number sleep in my room. Your roommate won't let me." "Fuck her, sleep on the floor. I'm not letting you stay there. Asterisk, asterisk." I hesitated. I wanted to say yes, but I had to go back one last time. I had to know. I had to see what she did when she thought I was asleep. That night I set up my phone on my desk, propped up just enough to get a perfect view of Lena's bed. I hit record, then I turned off the light. I lay down. I kept my breathing even. And I waited. The room was silent. I could hear the rustle of her pages turning. I kept my eyes shut. I didn't move. Then, a sound, so soft I almost missed it, like bare feet touching the floor. I held my breath. Then, closer, another soft step. The floor creaked. She was walking, coming toward me. My heart pounded. Then, nothing. I couldn't take it. I opened my eyes. Lena was standing over me. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. She was so close, too close. Then, finally, she spoke. A whisper. You shouldn't have done that. I didn't sleep the night after I recorded Lena. I sat in the cafe, my coffee cold, my body running on nerves alone. The footage kept replaying in my head. The way she had leaned over me. The way she had just stood there, mouth open, not speaking, not blinking. And worst of all, the way she looked directly into the camera, smiled, and let me keep the recording. She wanted me to see it. I needed to get out. I spent the day packing my things. I told housing I needed to transfer immediately. When they said there were no open beds, I snapped. I don't care. I'll sleep in my car. I'll drop out. But I'm not staying in that room another night. The desperation in my voice must have done something, because the girl at the desk finally sighed and checked the system again. She found a single open spot in another dorm across campus. I didn't ask questions. I took it. I grabbed my stuff and left. Lena wasn't in the room when I moved out. Her bed was perfectly made. The closet door was slightly ajar, but I didn't dare look inside. I told myself not to think about the black book she had left on my bed. I walked out without touching it, without looking back. Maggie let me crash in her room for a few nights before I settled into my new place. I didn't tell anyone the full story. Not even Maggie. She asked once, "Did Lena say anything when you left?" I hesitated, then shook my head. She wasn't there. Maggie exhaled, running a hand through her hair. That's probably for the best. I nodded, forcing myself to agree. But part of me wondered if Lena had known. If she had let me leave. A week later, I got a text from a random number. I hesitated before opening it. "Lena, you left some things in the room. Want me to bring them to you?" I felt something cold crawl down my spine. I hadn't left anything behind. I was sure of it. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, she sent another text. "Lena, are you sure you don't want to come get them?" My stomach twisted. She knew. She was messing with me. I blocked the number. But even after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't done with me. 2 weeks later, I was walking to class when I saw her. She was standing outside my old dorm building. Just standing there. not talking to anyone, not looking at her phone, just standing. And she was watching me. My breath caught in my throat. For a second, I considered turning and walking the other way, pretending I hadn't seen her. But something in me snapped. I had spent weeks being afraid of her. I wasn't going to run. I walked straight up to her. She didn't blink, didn't react at all. She just smiled. That same small, unnerving smile. I clenched my fists. What do you want? Lena tilted her head. Then she finally spoke. I liked being your roommate. My stomach twisted. I forced my voice to stay even. You're not normal, Lena. Her smile widened, and for the first time she laughed. A soft, breathless laugh. Normal? She repeated. What's that? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was deeply wrong with her. I don't know if it was mental illness or something worse, but I knew I never wanted to see her again. I took a step back. Stay away from me, I said, my voice cold. She didn't move, didn't react. She just smiled, watching me walk away. I never saw her again after that. For the rest of the semester, I avoided my old dorm building. I still don't know what was wrong with her. I don't know if she ever slept, if she ever blinked for too long. But I do know this. A few months later, I heard a rumor. Someone in my old dorm requested an emergency transfer. Same reason as me. They said their roommate never slept. I don't know where Lena is now. Maybe she found someone else to watch. Someone else to stand over in the middle of the night. Someone who won't be smart enough to leave. I just hope, wherever she is, she finally closed her eyes. Even if it was just once. I've always been careful about locking my door. Not just careful, obsessive. When you live alone, especially in a ground floor apartment downtown, it becomes second nature. Twist, click, jiggle. I always triple check. Sometimes I'd even get halfway down the hallway, stop, sigh, then march back to confirm I'd locked it. So when I got home that Thursday night after working a double shift, something felt off the moment my key touched the handle. There was no resistance, no gentle tug of the deadbolt. Just the silent glide of an unlocked door opening. I paused there, hand hovering, eyes narrowing into the darkness beyond the doorway. My first thought was simple. Had I forgotten to lock up this morning? No, I remembered clearly. I'd locked it. Twice, and I'd checked again before I left. I stepped inside slowly, flipping on the hallway light. My apartment greeted me exactly how I'd left it. The worn sofa, coffee cup still sitting on the counter from breakfast, and the small stack of mail tossed carelessly onto the kitchen table. Everything was untouched, still arranged in the lazy chaos of my daily life. I even opened my bedroom door, my heart quickening slightly, expecting someone or something to jump out. But the room was empty, silent, safe. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. An unlocked door felt like an invitation, but maybe I was being paranoid. After all, exhaustion can play tricks on you. So, I locked the door again, checked twice, and finally let myself unwind enough to sleep. The next day at work, I barely thought about it. The unlocked door faded into background noise, just another glitch in the routine of my overly busy life. But that night, as I approached my door again, the uneasy feeling surged back, stronger than before. The door was unlocked again. This time I felt my pulse jump, my mind racing back through my morning routine. Had I been careless 2 days in a row? That wasn't like me. I stepped inside cautiously, flipping on lights as I moved. At first glance, everything seemed normal again except for something small, something easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. My shoes, usually kicked haphazardly near the door, were lined up neatly against the wall. I never did that. Never. My shoes were always a mess, one on top of the other, scattered by the door in a permanent state of chaos. Someone had moved them. Someone had been here. A cold feeling spread through me. It wasn't panic, exactly, it was quieter, sharper. I quickly checked every room again, more urgently this time, opening closets and cupboards, peering behind shower curtains. Nothing, no one. But the certainty lingered. Someone had stood in my apartment, taken their time to carefully arrange my shoes, and then left, locking nothing behind them. I didn't bother changing before marching straight downstairs to bang on the building manager's door. After several insistent knocks, he opened up, his eyes tired and confused. "What's wrong?" "My apartment's been unlocked 2 nights in a row," I said, trying not to sound hysterical. "Someone's been inside. Things have been moved." He rubbed his eyes, sighing quietly. "You sure it wasn't you? Maybe you're just forgetting to lock it." "I'm positive," I said firmly. "I double-check every time. And someone moved my shoes around. Someone's definitely been in there." He glanced over my shoulder, as if the answer might appear in the hallway behind me. "Look, nobody's reported anything else like this. No break-ins, no strangers. It's a secure building." "It obviously isn't," I snapped, frustration rising. "I'll check the cameras tomorrow," he said finally, giving me a look that clearly suggested he thought I was overreacting. "But honestly, you probably just forgot to lock it. Happens to everyone sometimes." I didn't argue further, just turned and walked away. I spent another restless night behind a triple-checked deadbolt, waking at every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against my window. The next few days were uneventful. I made a new routine, quadruple checking locks, noting the exact positions of my shoes, coffee cups, even magazines on my table before I left for work. Nothing else moved, and soon the unlocked doors started to feel more like an odd coincidence than a genuine threat. Maybe the manager had been right. Maybe I'd just been tired and careless. But one evening, as I approached the apartment after an unusually long shift, a prickling unease began crawling up the back of my neck again. The hallway was silent, shadows pooling around each door. My steps slowed as I neared my own. Unlocked. A chill of dread slipped over me as the door swung inward again without resistance. I stood there for a long moment, heart thumping unevenly. This was no coincidence. No matter how exhausted I was, I wouldn't forget 3 times. Someone was doing this deliberately. Before I could step inside, something drew my attention to the window just a few feet from the doorway. It overlooked the alleyway beside the building, partially shielded by the shadows of streetlights. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure, shoulders hunched, hood up, standing completely still just outside. I stepped forward instinctively, squinting, trying to get a clearer view. My breath fogged slightly on the glass as I leaned closer, heart hammering now. The figure turned suddenly, as if sensing my gaze, and I caught a glimpse of their face, or rather, their shadowy outline. Just a man, hoodie pulled low, obscuring any meaningful detail. Before I could react, he pivoted away, hands shoved deep into his pockets, quickly slipping into the alley and disappearing into the darkness. I stood frozen by the window, watching him vanish. My apartment was empty again, but this time I knew better. I wasn't alone. The police came quickly, their presence filling my small apartment in minutes. They asked all the questions you'd expect. Was anything missing? Did I know anyone who might have a spare key? Could I describe the person I'd seen outside the window? No, nothing was missing. No, nobody had a spare key. And no, hadn't seen the man's face, just a hoodie and a shadowy outline before he disappeared. They searched the apartment anyway, flashlight beams slicing through my closets, cabinets, even the spaces under my bed and behind the fridge. The officers didn't seem concerned after finding nothing suspicious, just quietly skeptical. "You sure it wasn't just someone passing through the alley?" one officer asked, writing a note on a pad without looking at me. "He was standing right outside my window," I said firmly, "just staring in." He nodded slowly, but the look he exchanged with his partner told me everything I needed to know. They thought I was seeing things, overreacting to shadows. But I knew what I'd seen. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been inside my apartment, walking quietly through my life while I wasn't there. After the officers left, the apartment felt too quiet, too exposed. Every small noise from outside tires on wet pavement, distant voices, footsteps echoing from somewhere upstairs felt intentional, like someone was circling my life, looking for an opening. The next morning, I waited anxiously until the building manager finally appeared in his office. I cornered him immediately. "Did you check the security cameras?" He looked at me blankly for a second before recognition flickered in his eyes. "Oh, right, about that. I checked yesterday. Cameras didn't show anything." "What do you mean, nothing?" My voice sharpened with irritation. "I saw someone with my own eyes." He shrugged awkwardly, glancing away as if avoiding responsibility. "Sometimes the angles aren't great. Maybe he stayed just out of view." His tone suggested he thought this was all some paranoid fantasy. But I knew the truth now. Someone was definitely playing a game, and that someone was winning because I had no answers, just more questions. Over the next few days, I became hyper-vigilant. I started leaving small markers around my apartment, a hair tucked in the doorframe, a penny balanced carefully atop the handle to track whether someone had come inside again. I told myself these were rational steps, measures anyone would take, but deep down it felt like I was losing control. Every day after work, my pulse quickened as I approached the door, hoping desperately the penny would still be there, undisturbed. And for several days, nothing happened. Everything stayed exactly as I'd left it, the hair in place, the coin untouched. Maybe the stranger had moved on. Maybe my paranoia had scared him away. Or maybe he was just waiting for me to drop my guard again. Then Friday arrived, and with it, another late shift. It was almost midnight when I reached home. The building hallway was silent, lit dimly by a flickering fluorescent bulb overhead. My steps slowed involuntarily as I neared my door, eyes scanning automatically for the penny balanced on top of the handle. Gone. My pulse jumped. I felt the icy crawl of certainty. Someone had been inside again. This time I didn't hesitate. I swung open the door, flipping lights on as I moved through the apartment, checking each room quickly. Nothing seemed moved, not even my shoes this time. Yet something was wrong, something small and subtle, just beyond my perception. I turned in a slow circle in my living room, trying to spot what felt off. Then I noticed the curtain. It had been pulled slightly open, just enough to leave a narrow gap of visibility to the outside. I stepped closer, my breathing shallow, heart thumping as I reached to close it. And there, just beyond the window, stood the same figure, hood up, shoulders hunched. This time he didn't move or run. He simply stood there watching me through the thin glass, his face still hidden in shadow. Anger overtook fear for a brief moment. I smacked my palm hard against the window, yelling, "Who the hell are you? Leave me alone." The man didn't flinch, didn't even twitch. He just stood motionless, watching. After a long, unbearable moment, he calmly turned and walked away, blending into the darkness again. I called the police once more. They arrived faster this time, but their presence felt almost pointless. They walked around, scribbled notes, and reassured me vaguely they'd keep an eye out. But I could sense their growing skepticism. They thought I was imagining it, overreacting. Paranoia wasn't a crime, but stalking was. The problem was, without proof or damage, they wouldn't do anything more. After they left again, I locked every window, double-checked the deadbolt, and dragged my small bookshelf in front of the door as an extra barrier. It was an illusion of safety, a flimsy reassurance, but better than nothing. Saturday passed in tense silence. I barely left my apartment. Every sound outside drew me toward the window, eyes scanning anxiously. But the figure didn't return that night. Sunday was equally silent, and soon the silence became oppressive. It felt more like waiting than peace, like a countdown toward something inevitable. On Monday morning, after another sleepless weekend, I approached the manager again, demanding to see the security footage myself. Reluctantly, he let me into the tiny office filled with flickering screens. I spent nearly an hour scrolling through footage from the hallway outside my door, the timestamp blurred past in grainy black and white. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary until suddenly it skipped, jumping ahead nearly 15 minutes. "Why'd it skip?" I asked sharply. He shrugged, defensive again. "Probably just a glitch. Happens sometimes." I stared at him, disbelief boiling beneath my skin. It wasn't a glitch, someone had tampered with it. That evening, I sat alone on my couch, door barricaded, trying to decide if I should leave, move away, start fresh. But running felt like admitting defeat, giving him exactly what he wanted. A quiet sound echoed softly through the apartment. I froze, listening carefully, uncertain if I'd imagined it. Seconds passed. Silence settled back into the room, heavier than before. Then, from just outside my door, came another sound, soft, deliberate footsteps, stopping right at the threshold. Someone was standing there, inches from the locked door, silently waiting. And I knew exactly who it was. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath, ears straining. The footsteps had stopped at the door, but whoever stood there wasn't moving away. They were just waiting, quiet, patient. I waited, too frozen on my couch, eyes locked on the door. I thought about shouting, calling the police again, but my phone still sat uselessly on the coffee table. Even fully charged, it wouldn't have mattered. The police had already made it clear they didn't believe me, not without proof. Minutes passed, stretching painfully long. My muscles started to ache, but I didn't dare shift positions. The silence pressed down, heavy and unbearable. Finally, I heard the footsteps again, slow, deliberate, fading away down the hallway. I exhaled quietly, muscles unclenching, but the relief didn't last. I knew this wasn't over. He'd been here multiple times already, moving quietly through my life like it belonged to him. He wouldn't stop until he had what he wanted. Whatever that was. The apartment suddenly felt too open, too vulnerable. I needed to get out, but this time, I wasn't coming back. Moving as quietly as possible, I grabbed my phone, keys, and wallet and stuffed them into my coat pocket. I didn't even bother with a bag I was leaving right now. But first I had to check. Had to be sure. I moved slowly to the door, pressed my ear against it, and listened. Silence. With trembling fingers, I unlocked the door, turned the handle, and opened it an inch at a time. The hallway was empty. I stepped out, closing the door softly behind me. My eyes scanned the dim hall, half expecting him to step out from behind a corner. But it was empty, lit only by flickering fluorescence. Quickly, I hurried toward the stairwell, refusing to look back. My footsteps echoed harshly against the concrete stairs, each step louder than the last. I pushed open the building's front door, stepping onto the street where the cold night air slapped my face, grounding me back into reality. I was safe. Outside, there were streetlights and cars passing by. People existed here, normal people, living normal lives. It felt surreal, how close I'd come to forgetting this world still existed beyond my apartment and its creeping, suffocating dread. I glanced down at my phone, finally charged again, and saw a string of unread messages from my friend Sarah. Without thinking, I called her, hands still shaking. "Mia," she answered immediately, sounding worried. "What's going on? You haven't responded in days." "Sarah," I whispered, voice cracking, "two need your help." "What's wrong?" "It's a long story, but someone's been getting into my apartment. The police won't help. They think I'm making it up." "Wait, slow down. Where are you now?" "Outside. I'm on the sidewalk," I said, scanning the quiet street around me. shadows pooling beneath street lamps. "Can you come get me?" "Yeah, of course," she replied quickly. "Stay put. I'll be there in 10. She hung up, and I sank down against the cold brick wall of the building, pulling my coat tighter around me. I didn't take my eyes off the street, expecting at any moment to see the shadowy figure appear again, standing beneath a streetlight, waiting for me. But the street stayed quiet, empty. Sarah pulled up exactly 10 minutes later, her headlights slicing through the darkness. She jumped out, worry etched across her face. "Mia, oh my God, what's going on?" "I'll tell you in the car," I said, hurrying into the passenger seat. As she pulled away, I filled her in every detail of the unlocked doors, the moved items, the man watching me from the shadows. She listened quietly, face pale and tight, her knuckles white against the steering wheel. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "That sounds terrifying," she said softly. "Have you told the police?" I tried. I muttered bitterly. "They don't believe me." She glanced at me, her expression troubled. "Well, you're not going back there. You can stay with me until we figure this out." "Thank you," I whispered, tears finally burning behind my eyes. For the first time in days, I felt safe. Sarah's place was quiet, comforting. She made tea, insisting I rest on her sofa. The warmth of her apartment, her calm voice, and the gentle hum of traffic outside all reminded me that life could still feel normal. I drifted into a dreamless sleep, exhaustion finally overtaking the adrenaline. The next morning, I woke slowly, blinking in confusion until the memory of everything hit me at once. The relief faded quickly, replaced by anxiety. I grabbed my phone, expecting another empty inbox, but this time I had a voicemail, unknown number. I pressed play, heart pounding. A familiar voice filled my ear, soft and even. "You didn't need to run, Mia. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just liked being near you." My skin went ice cold. "Ray." "You left in such a hurry," he continued quietly. "I guess I'll just wait here until you're ready to come home." I dropped the phone like it had burned me, breath coming in shallow gasps. Sarah was beside me instantly, her eyes wide with fear. "What is it?" I played the voicemail again for her, hand trembling. Her expression darkened instantly. "That's him?" "Yeah," I said, voice shaking. "That's him." Sarah took my phone, jaw set. "We're going back to the police. They have to do something now." But I already knew they wouldn't. Not yet. Not without something more concrete. Ray hadn't technically threatened me, hadn't left evidence or broken anything. All he did was terrify me, invade my space, leave me feeling unsafe in my own home. But maybe this was enough proof that I wasn't imagining things. Proof that someone really had been watching me, quietly invading my life. Maybe now, finally, someone would listen. Or maybe Ray would just vanish again, another shadow blending into the darkness, waiting patiently for his next chance. Either way, I wasn't going back. I was done waiting, done pretending this wasn't real. I'd move, find a new place, somewhere safer. I'd learn to trust again, slowly. But I'd always remember. I'd always remember the feeling of coming home to an unlocked door, the quiet, deliberate steps behind me, the man who stood silently in the dark watching, and that soft, patient voice on the phone whispering that he just wanted to be near me. When I was 10 years old, I thought I understood the world. I was at that age where everything felt big, not in a scary way, but in a way that made life feel like an adventure. I had just started walking home from school alone, a privilege I had begged my parents for. A taste of independence. I was the kind of kid who never turned down a dare, who scraped his knees climbing fences just to see if he could. I had a best friend named Jake, and we spent most afternoons seeing who could throw rocks the farthest, or trying to build forts out of whatever junk we could find in the vacant lot near our neighborhood. I loved baseball, hated math, and could eat an entire box of cereal in one sitting if nobody stopped me. I was loud, restless, and absolutely convinced that nothing bad could ever really happen to me. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. It was a Friday afternoon in early spring, the air warm but breezy, the sun hanging low in the sky. The last bell had rung, and kids poured out of the school like ants from a disturbed hill, shouting and laughing, weaving between each other in little clusters. I waved to Jake, who was getting picked up by his mom. "Want me to tell your mom to drive you home?" he asked, climbing into the passenger seat of their old blue station wagon. "Nah," I said, slinging my backpack over one shoulder. "I got it." Jake rolled his eyes. "You just like feeling like an adult." I grinned. "Exactly." He laughed, shaking his head, and I watched as the car pulled away, kicking up dust as it disappeared down the road. I turned toward the sidewalk and started my walk home. I lived less than a mile from the school, not far, but far enough. The route was familiar, past the playground, past the baseball field, down 2 quiet streets lined with squat brick houses and patchy front lawns. It was peaceful. At first, I was about halfway home when I saw it. A white van parked just past the playground, idling near the curb. It wasn't unusual to see cars parked near the school, but something about this one made my stomach feel heavy. The windows were tinted, the paint was dull, slightly dirty. The kind of car you don't really notice. I didn't think much of it at first. I kept walking, kicking a stray pebble along the sidewalk, trying to see how many times I could hit it before it veered into the grass. But then, the van's engine rumbled. I glanced up, my heartbeat skipping slightly. It was moving, slowly, creeping along the curb, keeping pace with me. A chill snuck up my spine. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe they were looking for an address. Maybe they were picking someone up. But something in the back of my mind whispered, "Number." I kept walking, my fingers curling around the strap of my backpack. My ears were ringing slightly, though I couldn't figure out why. The van kept moving. I stopped to tie my shoe just to see. It stopped too. My hands felt clammy as I straightened up, my legs suddenly itching to run. This was stupid. Nothing was happening. But my instincts, that primal part of me that hadn't existed before today, was screaming at me. Keep moving. So I did. Faster this time. Not quite running, not quite walking. Just moving. My house was close. I could make it. The van sped up. My chest felt tight, my breath coming quicker. This wasn't right. I turned my head slightly, trying to catch a glimpse of the driver through the window. But I couldn't see him. The sun was reflecting off the glass, turning it into a mirror. All I saw was myself, small, pale, wide-eyed. And then the van stopped, directly across the street from my driveway. A lump lodged itself in my throat. I was home. I was safe. I could run inside, tell my parents, lock the door. Then the driver's side window rolled down. A man leaned out, smiling. His face was wrong. The kind of face you forget the moment you look away. No defining features. Just a too wide mouth, slightly crooked teeth, and eyes that never blinked. My skin prickled. Something about him felt off. Then he spoke, and my body turned to ice. Liam. My name. He said my name. Not hey kid, not do you need a ride. Just my name. Like he had known me, like we had met before. Except I had never seen this man in my entire life. My body moved before my brain did. I bolted, straight up my driveway, skipping the front steps entirely, my heart slamming against my ribs. I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers slipping on the knob. Finally, the door swung open. I threw myself inside, locked it, and then silence. No footsteps. No van door opening. No engine revving. Just the distant sound of a lawnmower somewhere down the street. I sucked in a breath, my entire body trembling. Then I turned. Pressed my face to the window, just enough to peek out. The van was gone. I didn't tell my parents. I don't know why. Maybe because, at 10 years old, I still didn't quite understand what had almost happened. Or maybe I didn't want to admit that, for the first time in my life, I had been truly afraid. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man smile. His teeth slightly crooked, his eyes too still, and the way he had spoken my name, like he had been waiting for me. Like he had been watching. And for the first time I thought, what if this wasn't the first time he'd seen me? What if this was just the first time I had noticed him? I didn't sleep that night, not even close. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my body stiff with leftover fear. Every sound from outside, the rustling of leaves, the occasional car rolling down the street, made my heart jump into my throat. I kept picturing it. The van. The man's face. The way he said my name, like he had known me forever. And the worst part? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I had never told anyone my walking route. Not my friends, not even my parents. I had begged them to let me walk home alone, swore up and down that I knew the way, that I wouldn't take shortcuts, that I'd always come straight back. They finally agreed on one condition: I had to stick to the same route every day. I had, and somehow that man had known exactly where to find me. The next morning, everything felt off. I went through the motions, got dressed, ate my cereal, packed my bag, but it felt like I was watching myself do it from outside my own body. At breakfast, my mom noticed. "You're quiet," she said, pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Everything okay?" I shrugged, tired. She didn't push. I almost told her. I almost opened my mouth and said, "Mom, a guy in a van followed me home yesterday. He knew my name." But what if she didn't believe me? Or worse, what if she did? What if she never let me go anywhere alone again? I had fought so hard for my independence, for freedom. If I told her, it would be over. so I kept my mouth shut. And for the first time ever, I dreaded walking to school. The morning walk felt different. Everything looked the same, the sidewalk, the houses, the park, but the feeling had shifted. Like the entire world was holding its breath. Every car that passed made my skin crawl. I kept expecting to see that van, that exact shade of white, those tinted windows. Every time I heard an engine slow down, my stomach tightened. But I made it to school, in one piece, and nothing happened. No van, no weird men watching from across the street. By lunchtime, I had almost convinced myself I had overreacted. Almost. Jake noticed something was off. "You're being weird," he said, shoving half a peanut butter sandwich into his mouth. I scowled. "No, I'm not." "Yeah, you are," he swallowed. "You keep looking around like you're about to get attacked." I hesitated. Jake was my best friend. We had known each other since first grade. If anyone would believe me, it was him. So I told him, not everything, just the basics. Some guy in a white van had been following me. He had stopped in front of my house and said my name. Jake's chewing slowed. "Dude, I know. You should tell your parents." I shook my head. "They'll never let me walk home alone again." Jake frowned, picking at the crust of his sandwich. After a moment, he said, "Okay, then I'll walk with you." That made my chest loosen a little. "You sure?" I asked. Jake smirked. "Duh. What if you're making it up? I gotta see for myself." I rolled my eyes. Classic Jake. But I was grateful. Because the thought of walking home alone again made my stomach feel wrong. The day dragged. Every time I glanced at the clock, only 5 minutes had passed. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. Not just of the man, not just of the van. I was scared because I didn't know why he was there. What if I was just being paranoid? What if he had just been some random guy in a car, parked on the wrong street at the wrong time? But then why had he known my name? By the time the last bell rang, my legs felt shaky. Jake met me outside. "Ready?" I nodded. We started walking. For the first few blocks, nothing happened. Jake was talking about some new video game he wanted, something about laser guns and spaceships. I tried to listen, tried to pretend like everything was normal. But my brain was stuck on the thought, would the van be there again? I glanced behind us. Nothing. I exhaled slowly, unclenching my fists. See, nothing to worry about. Then we turned the corner, and I saw it. Parked right across from the playground. Same white van. Same tinted windows. Jake was still talking, oblivious. I stopped. He noticed and followed my gaze. His voice dropped. "No way." I swallowed. We stood there, neither of us moving, just staring at it. The engine was off. No signs of movement. But I knew. I knew whoever was inside was watching. Jake shifted beside me. "Dude, that's messed up." I nodded, unable to speak. A part of me wanted to run. The other part wanted to pretend I hadn't seen it. "Let's go," Jake muttered, grabbing my sleeve. I let him pull me forward, my pulse hammering. I kept my eyes straight ahead. "Don't look. Don't look." But as we walked, the van's engine rumbled to life, and I felt every hair on my body stand up. Jake cursed under his breath. "It's moving." I already knew, because I could hear it. The slow roll of tires against pavement, keeping pace with us, the same way it had yesterday. I fought the urge to run. I could feel my chest tightening, my hands clammy. The van was creeping along the curb, just far enough behind us that if someone looked out their window, they wouldn't think much of it. But we knew. Jake muttered, "This is bad, man." I nodded, stomach twisting. I didn't know what to do. Jake whispered, "When I say go, we run, cut through the yards." I swallowed. "Okay." The van sped up. Jake tensed. "Go." We bolted, cutting across the first yard, jumping over flower beds, feet pounding against the grass. I heard the van's tires screech. The engine revved. I didn't dare look back. We jumped a low fence, stumbled through someone's bushes, my backpack slamming against my spine. The street was ahead, my house was ahead. Almost there. Almost safe. But then, the van stopped, right at the edge of my driveway. The driver's side window rolled down, and the man leaned out. That same crooked smile. And in that too calm voice he said, "Liam, you don't have to run." I almost threw up, because it wasn't just my name this time. He said, "I'll see you soon." And then he drove away, like nothing had happened. Like he was giving me time. Like he was letting me wait. Jake and I stood frozen in my driveway, watching the van disappear. It didn't speed away like a getaway car. It didn't screech around a corner or try to lose us. It just drove off, slowly, casually, like it knew something we didn't, like it had all the time in the world. Neither of us spoke for a long time. I was panting hard, shaking, but my feet wouldn't move. My brain felt foggy, like it was struggling to process what had just happened. Then Jake finally said it. "Liam, what the fuck?" I couldn't answer. I turned, walked up the steps, and pushed open my front door, Jake trailing behind. The second we stepped inside, I locked the door. Double-checked it. Checked it again. Jake was pacing now, running a hand through his hair. Dude, what the hell was that? My mouth was dry. My heart was still pounding. I tried to speak, but the words got stuck. Jake wasn't waiting for an answer. He whirled toward me. "That guy knew your name. That guy, he was waiting for us." I swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter. "I know." He stared at me. "How? How does he know you?" I shook my head, genuinely terrified. "I don't know." Because I didn't. I had never seen him before, never met him. But the way he had spoken, the way he had smiled, it wasn't like a stranger. It was like someone who had been watching for a long time. We sat in my kitchen, not saying much. Jake kept checking his phone, kept swearing under his breath. "Call the cops," he said suddenly. I hesitated. "Jake." "Number, call the cops, Liam. That guy followed us. That guy knows your name." I took a deep breath. The idea made sense, but something about it felt wrong. Like it wouldn't help. Like whoever that man was, he wouldn't just stop because the police knocked on his door. But I had no other option. I pulled out my phone and dialed. The ringing felt way too loud. Then click. 911, what's your emergency? I licked my lips. Hi, Aya. I think someone's following me." The dispatcher's voice was calm. "Can you tell me what happened?" I took a breath. There was this white van. It was parked near my school, and then it followed me home, twice, and the guy inside, he said my name. A pause. Then he spoke to you? Yeah, I said, gripping the phone tighter, and today he told me he'd see me soon. I expected the dispatcher to sound alarmed, but her tone was neutral, professional. Did he try to get out of the vehicle? Approach you? Number. Another pause. Did he threaten you? I hesitated. I mean, he said he'd see me soon. Isn't that a threat? The dispatcher sighed, like she'd heard this before. Do you have a description of the driver? I tried to think, but the details slipped through my fingers. I could picture the smile, the crooked teeth, but his hair, his clothes, his age, I had no idea. I forced myself to say something. White guy, maybe 40? The dispatcher exhaled. Did the vehicle have any distinguishing features? Stickers, damage, a license plate? License plate. Why hadn't I looked? It was just a white van. The dispatcher was quiet for a second. Then, I can send an officer to patrol your street, but if he didn't get out of the car or make a direct threat, there's not much we can do. My stomach sank. That's it, I whispered. If you see him again, try to get a plate number and call us back. In the meantime, stay safe and be aware of your surroundings. Click. The line went dead. I lowered the phone slowly. Jake stared at me. Did they say they were going to do anything? I shook my head. His jaw clenched. That's bullshit. I didn't disagree. That night, I locked every door, every window. Checked them twice. My brain felt fried from stress, but my body wouldn't let me rest. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting, listening. The street outside was quiet. No engines, no movement. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I got up and looked out my window, I'd see headlights parked just down the road. Waiting. I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I barely ate, didn't want to go to school, didn't want to step outside. But I had to. Jake met me at my driveway. Neither of us said anything. We just started walking, and then halfway down the street, Jake stopped. I turned. What? Then I saw it. The van, parked further down the block, facing us. Jake swore under his breath. I felt actual nausea. I reached for my phone with shaking hands. Get the plate number, Jake muttered. I focused, read the numbers, typed them into my phone. We turned a corner, kept walking, didn't speak. Then I looked back. The van was gone. I gave the plate number to the police that afternoon. They called back 2 hours later. A male officer cleared his throat. Son, you sure you got the plate right? My stomach turned. Yeah, why? The officer hesitated. Then, in a careful, measured voice, he said, that van was reported abandoned 15 years ago. The room spun. I swallowed hard. That doesn't make sense. Another pause. It was found torched in a field 2 towns over, the officer said. No owner, no explanation. I didn't know what to say, because there was only one possibility. Either the police had the wrong records, or the van was never supposed to exist anymore. Either way, it was still here, Still driving. Still following me. Jake slept over that night. We stayed up with the lights on, whispering about possibilities. But nothing made sense. None of it. I checked outside every hour. No van. I told myself that meant we were safe, that it was over. Until around 2 a.m. when I heard something. Not an engine. Not tires on pavement. A sound so soft, so faint. I almost thought I imagined it, but I didn't, because it came again. A whisper, right outside my window. Liam, I told you I'd see you soon. I stopped breathing. The whisper had been so faint, so close, like whoever had said it was just beyond the glass. I sat up slowly, the blanket tangled around my legs, my heart slamming against my ribs. Jake was still asleep beside me, his body curled toward the edge of the bed. He hadn't heard it. I turned toward the window. The blinds were shut, the room was dark. But I could feel something just on the other side. Watching. Waiting. I had to look. I didn't want to. But some part of me, some sick, terrified part of me, had to see if he was really there. I moved slowly, trying not to wake Jake. My breath felt shaky, uneven. I reached out, curling my fingers under the edge of the blinds, my stomach twisting. Then I yanked him up. My breath caught. The street below was empty. No van. No one outside. But then, a sound. Soft. From above. I tilted my head up and froze. A handprint. On the glass. Not smudged, not fading. Fresh. A mark left behind, fingers spread wide. Too high up for a normal person to reach. I stumbled back, slamming into my dresser. Jake jolted awake, blinking in confusion. What? I pointed at the window, my mouth opening, but no words came out. Jake rubbed his face. Dude, what's wrong? I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because I realized something else. The print wasn't made by a bare hand. It was smeared. Like the fingers had been wrapped in fabric. Gloves. I turned to Jake, my voice barely above a whisper. He was here. Jake frowned. Who? I swallowed hard. The guy. From the van. Jake's face changed. The sleepiness drained away, replaced by something sharp. How do you know? I pointed at the handprint. He followed my gaze. His eyes widened. He stared at it for a long time. Then finally, call the police. I did. My hands were shaking so badly that I fumbled the buttons twice. By the time I got through, my voice didn't even sound like mine. I told them everything. The van, the man, the whisper, the handprint on my third-story window. The dispatcher was quiet for a second. Then, stay inside. Lock all your doors and windows. Officers are on their way. I hung up. Jake was already moving. He double-checked the locks, pulled the blinds all the way down. The room felt too small, like the walls were closing in. We waited. It felt like forever. Thina knock. I flinched. Jake grabbed my arm. Dude, the cops. Right. I moved stiffly toward the door, my breath too shallow. I cracked it open. A uniformed officer stood on the other side, his partner just behind him. Liam Parker? I nodded, swallowing hard. You said someone was outside your window. I stepped aside, letting them in. The next few minutes were a blur. I told them everything. How it started. The van following me. The man knowing my name. How the police had traced the license plate to an abandoned vehicle from 15 years ago. And then, finally, what happened tonight. The whisper. The handprint on the glass. One of the officers pulled out a flashlight and walked to the window. He lifted the blinds, shining the beam over the glass. Jake and I watched in silence. The cop's face didn't change, but he turned slightly to his partner. You seeing this? The other officer nodded. Yeah. He crouched by the window, looking down. My stomach tightened. Finally, the first cop turned back to me. Your apartment doesn't have a fire escape, correct? I shook my head. Number nothing to stand on. He exhaled slowly. Then how the hell did someone leave a handprint up here? I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. Jake shifted beside me. Do you think he climbed up? The officers exchanged a look. Then finally, we need to check something. We followed them outside. The cold air hit me like a slap, making my skin prickle. The officers walked around the side of the building, shining their flashlights upward. I followed their gaze and felt actual nausea. The glass was too high up. There was no ladder, no ledge, nothing a person could use to reach it. One of the officers let out a low breath. Jesus. The other one turned to me. You sure you didn't see anyone? My throat felt dry. I don't know. I didn't open the window. I just heard him. The first officer scanned the area. Then he froze. I followed his gaze, and my stomach dropped. Footprints, leading away from the building, away from my window. The prints weren't deep, just impressions in the damp grass, but they stretched down the alley, down the street, disappearing into the dark. The officer lifted his radio. We need backup. His voice was tight, serious. Jake's breathing was uneven beside me. What the hell is happening? I didn't know. I had no idea. But one thing was certain. The man was real. The van was real. The whispers, the following. And I wasn't imagining it. The police stayed for hours. They searched the neighborhood, checked security footage. Nothing. Like he had never been there. Like he had never existed. But I knew. I knew. And the police did too. Because when one of the officers sat me down before they left, he didn't say, "Don't worry, kid. It was just in your head." Instead, he said, "Keep your doors locked, and if you see him again, don't try to handle it yourself. Call us, immediately." I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. I never saw the van again, never heard the whisper outside my window. But the feeling never left me. The feeling that he was still out there. That maybe he was just waiting. For another opportunity. For the right moment. For the next time I was alone. And to this day, whenever I walk down a quiet street and hear the faint hum of an engine behind me, I can't help but look over my shoulder. Just in case. Because I know. Somewhere, he still remembers my name. And maybe one day, he'll decide it's time to say it again. Two months ago, we left behind everything familiar and moved to a house on the edge of nowhere. It was supposed to be a fresh start, more space, fresh air, a slower pace of life. The land stretched far and wide, dense woods pressing in from all sides, and out back, an old barn stood weathered with age. My wife, Meredith, had grand plans for it, dreaming of turning it into a workshop where she could carve her wooden sculptures in peace. We had 3 kids, Noah, our oldest at 10, serious and dependable beyond his years. Ben, 8, still caught in that in-between stage of childhood, brave in the daylight but prone to fears in the dark. And little Rosie, 5, full of wild imagination and endless chatter. The house was big enough for each of them to have their own rooms, but Ben still crept into Noah's bed at night, unwilling to face the dark alone. Noah never complained. He was the kind of brother who understood without needing to be asked. The transition wasn't easy. The kids missed their old friends, their familiar routines. The school was different. The days felt strange. And to make things worse, the job I had lined up fell through at the last minute, throwing our finances into uncertainty. So when Rosie started talking about her new friend, I barely paid attention. Rosie had always had imaginary friends. They came and went, each with their own name, their own little stories. A girl named Lily one week, a boy named Sam the next. They were as temporary as her moods. But this one stayed. His name was Albert, she said. He was old, maybe as old as Dad, maybe older. He lived in her closet. He liked strawberry juice and crackers. Every night, she left him little offerings on plastic plates, carefully arranged before bed. Strangely, she never left a mess. I chalked it up to her usual antics. Every kid had imaginary friends. She was just adjusting to the move, finding comfort in her own way. Then Ben started feeding Albert too. It wasn't much at first, just a few chips, smuggled into the closet like some secret ritual. Doritos, his favorite snack. I noticed the telltale orange stains on his fingertips, the crumbs in his sheets. Ben wasn't the type for imaginary friends. Curious now, I decided to ask about Albert. One afternoon, I stepped into Rosie's room and found both kids kneeling in front of the open closet, whispering. The moment I cleared my throat, they jumped. Rosie clapped a hand over her mouth, and Ben slammed the closet shut with his foot. "Hey, Dad," Ben said too brightly. I walked past them and opened the closet door. Inside, an empty plate with a few crumbs, a cup tipped over, a single drop of red juice staining the carpet. "So Albert likes Doritos now?" I asked, kneeling to their level. Ben nodded, eyes darting to Rosie. "He likes snacks," he muttered. "And what's Albert like?" I pressed, keeping my tone light. Their hesitation lasted only a second before they started spilling details. "He's got blonde hair," Rosie piped up. "He's going bald, like Grandpa Pete," Ben added. "He wears suspenders. He doesn't talk much. He's got a hole in the side of his head. He's here to protect us. And he really, really likes Doritos." A strange silence followed. I forced a smile, though something inside me twisted. "Hold on," I said, raising a hand. "Back up a bit. What do you mean, he's here to protect you?" The moment I asked, their faces changed. Rosie clamped her lips shut, eyes darting to Ben, who looked down at his hands. Then, in a whisper, she said, "He says there's something in the woods, something in the barn, something really, really bad." A loud slam echoed through the room as the bedroom door shut hard. I spun, my pulse hammering. No one was in the hallway, no windows open, no breeze. The silence was suffocating. I had always believed in ghosts. Most people brush these things off, but I'd seen enough strange things in my lifetime to keep an open mind. Meredith, she was the skeptic. When I told her what happened, she laughed and told me I was feeding into Rosie's imagination. But I couldn't shake the feeling, so I started digging. The house had a long history, too long. Families never stayed more than a year. A couple moved out after just 2 weeks, no reason given. Records of past owners were scattered, incomplete. And then I found Albert. Albert Grayson, a father of 3, a widower. The house that stood before ours had burned down, with Albert inside. His children were never found. The story whispered dark things, rumors that Albert had taken their lives before setting the fire, consumed by guilt. The bodies were never recovered. A cold knot formed in my stomach. My children were talking to the ghost of a murderer. That night I called a family meeting. Meredith rolled her eyes but humored me. "We need to stop talking to Albert," I said firmly, "and no more feeding him." Meredith sighed. "Ethan, this is ridiculous. It's just to be safe." Noah, who had been silent up until then, spoke up. "But he's nice," he said hesitantly. "He tells stories about the old days." My stomach twisted. Noah didn't believe in make-believe. He never had. If he had spoken to Albert, then Albert wasn't just a figment of Rosie's imagination. Rosie sniffled, her lower lip trembling. "But what if he gets hungry?" Ben curled into himself. "And what if the others come, the ones he warned us about?" A cold chill ran through me. "Listen, guys, I don't know what Albert really is, but we're not talking to him anymore. Rosie, you're going to sleep in the other room. We're leaving him alone. No more food, no more stories." Rosie burst into tears and ran from the room. Ben turned his face into the couch, shoulders shaking. Noah nodded stiffly but said nothing. That night, I poured a ring of salt around the closet. I didn't know what Albert was, but I knew without a doubt that he was real. For the first time since we moved in, the house felt heavier. Not in any tangible way, nothing had changed. Not really, but there was something lingering in the air, something I couldn't quite name. The salt circle around the closet gave me a small sense of control, but it didn't stop the unease from crawling under my skin. Rosie was furious with me. She sulked through dinner, barely touching her food, and refused to look in my direction. Ben was quieter than usual, sticking close to his sister, as if she was the only one who understood something the rest of us couldn't. Noah, ever the observer, kept his thoughts to himself, but I caught him watching me with an expression I couldn't decipher. That night I double-checked every lock before heading to bed. Meredith, exhausted from my so-called paranoia, had already fallen asleep. I climbed in beside her, my thoughts too restless to let me do the same. Sometime deep in the night I woke to a sound. A slow, deliberate creak, the unmistakable noise of a door opening. For a moment, I lay frozen, ears straining in the dark. Then, another sound-soft, cautious footsteps. I threw the covers off and swung my legs over the bed. The air in the room was colder than it should have been. Moving as quietly as possible, I reached for the baseball bat I kept propped against the wall. When I stepped into the hallway, I saw Rosie. She stood in front of her old bedroom, her small fingers gripping the doorknob. She wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at the door like she was waiting for it to open on its own. "Rosie," I whispered. She flinched but didn't turn around. "What are you doing?" I asked. Her voice was barely above a breath. "He's hungry." My skin prickled. I stepped forward, careful, measured. "Sweetheart, we talked about this. We can't. A sharp noise cut me off. A single, deliberate tap from inside the closet. Rosie's whole body tensed. He says he understands, she whispered. He's not mad. Something about the way she said it sent a shudder down my spine. I stepped in front of her and knelt down so we were eye level. Rosie, I said gently, I need you to go back to bed, right now. For a long moment, she didn't move. Her wide, dark eyes locked onto mine, searching for something I didn't understand. Then, finally, she nodded. I walked her back to the room she now shared with Ben. He was already awake, sitting up in bed, his expression wary. I tucked Rosie in without another word, then quietly shut the door. As I turned back toward her old room, I hesitated. The hallway was silent. The house was old. Wood shifted, pipes groaned, foundations settled. It wasn't unusual to hear the occasional knock or creak in the night. That's all it was. I went back to bed. The next day, the wind had picked up, shaking the trees that bordered our property. The forecast called for a storm, but the air was oddly still despite the way the branches swayed. Ben and Noah spent the afternoon playing in the backyard, but Rosie refused to go outside. Instead, she lingered near the back windows, staring out toward the barn. I watched her from the kitchen, feeling the unease coil tighter in my gut. Rosie, I finally said, setting my coffee down, what are you looking at? She didn't turn around. It's watching. I frowned. What is? She pointed, her tiny finger barely touching the glass. The thing Albert warned us about. The woods beyond the barn stood silent, dark even in the afternoon light. There's nothing there, honey, I said, keeping my voice calm. You know that, right? She didn't respond. I walked over and knelt beside her. Rosie, I said gently, I need you to tell me the truth. Did Albert say something else to you? She hesitated. Then, in a whisper, he said, it's coming closer. A chill ran through me. That night, the storm finally broke. The rain came hard, hammering against the roof. Thunder rolled in deep, distant waves, making the walls shudder. I lay awake listening, my mind unwilling to settle. Then, a sound. Not from inside the house this time. From the barn. A low creak, barely audible over the rain. I sat up. Meredith stirred beside me. What is it? She murmured. I thought I heard something. I swung my legs over the bed, rubbing my face. It's the storm, she said, half asleep. But I wasn't convinced. The barn was old. Its doors had been warped by time and weather, and when the wind hit just right, they groaned in protest. But this sound had been deliberate, measured. I stood and walked to the window. The barn loomed in the darkness, its silhouette stark against the flashes of lightning. Something moved. Just for a second, a shape against the trees. I pressed my hand against the glass. The shape didn't move again. But somehow, I knew. It was watching. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake. It was Noah. His face was pale, his hands gripping my arm tightly. Dad, he whispered, urgent. They're gone. It took me a second to process his words. What? Ben and Rosie, he said, breathless. They're gone. Every ounce of sleep vanished instantly. I threw the blankets off, my heart pounding as I bolted from the bed. The house was too quiet. I ran to their bedroom, throwing the door open. Empty. Sheets pulled back, window open. The storm had passed, but the wind still howled through the trees. I turned to Noah, who stood frozen in the doorway. "How long?" I demanded. Don't know," he stammered. "I woke up and—" I didn't wait. I ran. Through the hallway, down the stairs, out the back door. The night air hit me like ice. The forest stood dark and endless before me. Then, a sound. Music. Faint, distant, threading through the trees like a whisper. Pipes, drums. I took off running. The ground was slick with rain, the underbrush grabbing at my legs as I pushed forward. The music grew louder, weaving through the wind, hypnotic and unnatural. And then I saw them. Ben and Rosie stood at the edge of the clearing. And in front of them, something else. A woman. She was impossibly tall, her dark hair cascading down her back. Her dress billowed like mist around her feet, untouched by the mud and leaves. She reached out a hand. Rosie moved first, stepping toward her. A scream cut through the night. A man's voice, raw with rage. Not again. Something barreled past me, a force like a cold wind, rushing toward the clearing. Albert. Except he wasn't just a man anymore. He was something more. The woman recoiled, her face twisting into something ancient and furious. Albert roared, his presence swelling, swallowing the light. And suddenly, the woman turned and vanished. Rosie and Ben collapsed where they stood. I rushed forward, dropping to my knees, shaking them, calling their names. They didn't respond. Albert stood over us, his form flickering like firelight. His voice was barely a whisper. "I told you it wasn't safe." Then he was gone. And my children would not wake up. I carried my children back through the woods, their bodies limp in my arms, their skin cold as if the life had been drained from them. Noah trailed behind me, silent, his hands clenched into fists. The house had never felt farther away. Every step through the damp underbrush was a battle against the gnawing fear that I had already lost them. By the time I reached the back porch, my breath was coming in ragged gasps. I kicked open the door and hurried inside, setting them down gently on the living room couch. Their small chests rose and fell in shallow, slow breaths. Their eyes remained shut, their faces blank, expressionless. "Wake up," I whispered, shaking them. "Please, wake up." Nothing. I grabbed Ben's face between my hands, pressing my forehead to his. "Come back to me, buddy. Come on." Still nothing. Noah stood over them, arms wrapped around himself. "Is this because of her?" he asked, his voice tight. "Because of the woman?" I nodded, swallowing against the lump in my throat. "Yeah." "What was she?" I didn't have an answer for him. I didn't have answers for any of this. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I turned to see Meredith standing at the top of the stairs, her robe pulled tight around her. Her eyes flicked between our children and me, her face pale. "Ethan," she said slowly, "what the hell is going on?" I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, the air shifted. A cold whisper slithered through the house, curling around us like smoke. A shape stood in the hallway. Albert. He wasn't flickering this time, wasn't half there like before. He was solid, as real as any living man. His suspenders stretched across his broad frame, his thinning blonde hair clinging to his forehead. But the hole in his skull was still there, a jagged, gaping wound, a hollow reminder of the violence that had taken him. He looked at me, his expression grave. "They're not gone yet," he said. I swallowed hard. Then help me bring them back. Albert stepped closer. I can hold the folk off for now, he said, but they already have a piece of them. Their spirits are stuck between here and there. If we don't act fast, they'll slip away for good. Meredith sucked in a sharp breath. Ethan, she whispered, who is this? Albert, I said, and she stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Albert ignored her, turning his attention to the children. He crouched beside the couch, placing a cold, ghostly hand over Rosie's forehead. She reached out first, he murmured. She was willing. I clenched my jaw. Then how do we get them back? Albert didn't answer right away. He looked up at me, his single remaining eye dark with something unreadable. You won't like it, he said. I don't care. He exhaled, nodding. You need iron, he said. Pure iron. Something to anchor their souls here while I pull them back. Meredith, still looking lost in the chaos of it all, blinked. Iron. Noah's head snapped up. The statues, he said suddenly. I turned to him. What? Mom's statues, he said, his voice rising with urgency. The ones she made. The ones with iron inside them. Meredith sucked in a breath. They're in their rooms. I was already moving before she finished the sentence, sprinting up the stairs 2 at a time. I tore through their bedrooms, grabbing each of the small sculptures Meredith had made, the tiger for Noah, the monkey for Ben, the rabbit for Rosie. I clutched them tight, feeling the weight of them, the solidness of the iron buried within. By the time I got back downstairs, Albert was still crouched beside the children, his hands outstretched above them, his lips moving in soundless words. The air in the room felt heavier, charged. Here, I said, shoving the statues into his hands. Albert took them carefully, pressing each one to the children's chests. This will help, he said, but I need you to call them back. They need to hear your voice. I knelt down, my hands shaking. Ben, I murmured. Rosie, it's Dad. You have to come back. You have to wake up. Nothing. Come on, you guys, Noah said, stepping beside me. You can't just leave like this. A long silence stretched between us. Then Rosie stirred. A small sound left her lips. Her fingers twitched, curling slightly. Rosie, I breathed. That's it, sweetheart. Come back. Ben shuddered, a sharp breath escaping his lips. Then, all at once, their eyes snapped open. Rosie gasped, sitting up so fast that she nearly smacked into me. Her hands grasped at my arms, her little fingers digging into my skin. Dad, she whispered, her voice trembling. She was calling us. Ben blinked rapidly, looking dazed. I don't remember, he mumbled. I just remember the music. Relief crashed over me so hard I nearly collapsed. I pulled them both into my arms, holding them so tight they squeaked in protest. It's okay, I murmured. You're home. You're safe. When I finally pulled back, I turned to Albert. He was standing now, watching us with an expression I couldn't quite name. The edges of him were beginning to blur, his form flickering. Thank you, I said, meaning it more than I ever had before. Albert gave me a small, tired smile. You're a good father, he said. You did what I couldn't. A deep sadness clung to his words. I wanted to say something else, but before I could, he was gone. The weight in the room lifted, the air settled. It was over. We left the house a week later. I didn't care that we had just moved in, didn't care about the money we were losing. The moment I saw my children's faces pale in fear every time they looked toward the woods, I knew we had to go. Meredith didn't fight me on it. We never spoke of Albert again, not really. Every now and then, Noah would ask a quiet question. his voice tinged with curiosity, but I never had good answers. Some things weren't meant to be understood. Before we left, I walked up to Rosie's old bedroom one last time. The closet door stood open. The salt line had been disturbed, the faint outline of a footprint breaking the circle. I stepped inside, placing a single glass of whiskey on the floor. "Thank you," I whispered. A breeze passed through the room, stirring my hair, rustling the edges of my shirt. I closed the door, and for the first time in months, I felt at peace. We never saw Albert again. But I'd like to think, wherever he was, he finally found his peace too. I first noticed her on a Monday. It was cold, the kind of sharp morning where you can see your breath in the air, and the bus stop was nearly empty except for a few early commuters, and her. She couldn't have been more than 11 or 12, standing near the curb with her backpack slung over one shoulder. She wasn't playing on a phone like most kids. She just stood there, shifting from foot to foot, staring down the road as if she was waiting for something that wasn't coming. I remember thinking it was odd kids her age usually had parents hovering nearby, but she was alone. I got on my bus, sat near the window, and glanced back at her one last time. The next day, she was there again. Same spot, same posture, same distant look in her eyes. For weeks, it became part of my routine. Every morning I'd walk to my stop, and she'd be there at hers. I never spoke to her, never had a reason to, but I always noticed her. Always alone, always waiting. Then, one morning, she wasn't there. I didn't think much of it at first. Kids get sick, they sleep in, they miss the bus. But then another day passed, and another, and another. By the end of the week, I caught myself looking for her. I'd glance toward her usual spot, expecting to see that small frame, that faded backpack, those restless movements, but she was gone. And no one else seemed to care. I hadn't even realized how much I had expected to see her every day until she wasn't there anymore. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I didn't even know her. She was just some random kid at a bus stop. Still, a nagging feeling settled in the back of my mind. I told myself I wouldn't ask about her, that it wasn't my business. But a few days later, as I was grabbing coffee at the corner cafe, I found myself asking the barista just casually, just in passing, "Hey, you ever notice that kid who waits at the bus stop across the street, the little girl?" She frowned, confused. "What girl?" "The one with the backpack," I said, feeling oddly self-conscious. "She was there every morning for weeks. She hasn't been there lately." The barista gave me a strange look, then shook her head. "I don't remember any kid." That was the first time I felt that creeping sensation in my gut, the one that whispered, "Something isn't right." I brushed it off. Maybe she just wasn't paying attention. Maybe she wasn't on shift in the mornings. But the feeling didn't go away. I started asking around casual questions at first, to regular commuters, shop owners. No one remembered her. Not one person. I told myself it was normal. People don't pay attention to strangers, especially not quiet little girls standing at bus stops. But I noticed her. Why didn't anyone else? The thought burrowed into my brain, gnawed at me while I worked, while I ate, while I lay awake at night staring at the ceiling. She had to have been real. I saw her every day, Didn't I? Then, a few days later, I met the old woman. She ran the tiny convenience store just down the street from the bus stop, the kind of place that still had a ringing bell over the door. I asked her the same question I'd asked the barista, and this time, she didn't look at me like I was crazy. She went very, very still. Her eyes flicked toward the window, toward the bus stop, and then back to me. "You mean the little girl?" she asked quietly. A surge of relief washed over me, finally. "Yes, you remember her?" The woman hesitated. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "That girl went missing years ago." Something cold unfurled in my chest. I let out a nervous laugh. No, I mean recently. She was just there a few weeks ago." The woman shook her head slowly. "She used to wait at that bus stop every morning," she murmured. "Then one day, she was gone. No one ever found her." I swallowed, my throat dry. "Are you sure?" Her eyes flicked to the window again. "You're not the first person to ask about her." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean?" "Every few years," she said, "someone comes in, asking about that girl, and every time, no one else remembers her." A chill crept down my spine. I forced myself to smile, to laugh it off. "That's a little creepy." She just nodded. I left the store quickly, the automatic door shutting behind me with a hiss. The air outside felt too thick. I walked to the bus stop and stood there, staring at the empty sidewalk, at the spot where she used to stand. She had been real. I knew she had. Hadn't she? But if that was true, where was she now? And why was I the only one who remembered her? I couldn't let it go. I told myself I would. I told myself it didn't matter, that it wasn't my business, that I was obsessing over a stranger kid I never even spoke to. But I knew that was a lie, because something wasn't right. Every morning I found myself looking at that bus stop, expecting to see her there again, even though I knew she wouldn't be. It had become a habit, a compulsion. My mind replayed the same question over and over. Where did she go? Or worse, was she ever really there? That thought sat like a stone in my gut. The old woman's words haunted me. "You're not the first person to ask about her." What did that even mean? I started digging. It began with old news articles. I spent hours scrolling through archives, looking for anything about a missing girl from my town. There were a few cases over the years, runaways, tragic accidents, but none of them matched. None of them were her. The frustration gnawed at me. My memories of her were clear. I could picture her perfectly, her slightly oversized coat, the way she shifted on her feet, the way she never looked at her phone like the other kids. She had to exist. But then why couldn't I find a single piece of proof? I tried to push it out of my mind, but it followed me everywhere. At work, my fingers hovered over my keyboard, lost in thought. On my commute home, I felt a phantom presence beside me, like I should have been able to see her standing at that bus stop, waiting. One night, unable to sleep, I pulled out my phone and started searching social media. Nothing. No posts, no missing person flyers, no old classmates reminiscing about a friend who disappeared. But then I had a thought. The bus stop was right in front of a small grocery store, and stores had security cameras. I didn't even hesitate. The next day, I walked straight into the store and found the manager, a tired-looking man in his 40s with coffee stains on his shirt. Hey, I said, as casually as possible. I was wondering, do you keep security footage from the parking lot? He frowned. Why? I hesitated. I think I lost something near the bus stop a few weeks ago, just trying to check if I can spot it. It was a lie, but close enough to the truth. The manager scratched his chin. We don't keep footage for long, maybe a month if nothing major happens. I can check. My pulse quickened as he led me to a small back office with a bank of security monitors. He clicked through some files, pulling up recorded footage from 3 weeks ago. I leaned in, my breath shallow. The screen showed the bus stop. I watched, anticipation curling in my stomach. The date in the corner of the screen matched the week I remembered seeing her last. The footage played. Morning commuters. A few cars pulling in and out of the parking lot. And then, me, standing at the bus stop, alone. I felt my chest tighten. No, this isn't right. Go back. The manager rewound the footage, played it again. There I was, in the exact spot I always stood, talking to no one. A cold sweat broke out along my back. My legs felt weak. Do you want me to check another day? The manager asked, giving me a wary look. I nodded. My hands were clammy. He pulled up footage from the day before that. There I was again, standing at the bus stop, talking, gesturing, to empty space. A deep unease settled into my bones. No, I whispered. The manager glanced at me. You sure you're looking for something real, man? I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because in the footage, I wasn't just standing there. I was smiling. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't just imagined the girl. I had interacted with her, engaged in conversations that, according to this footage, never happened. I stumbled out of the store, my stomach twisting, my head ached. I could feel the weight of the manager's eyes on me as I left, like he was watching a man unravel. I barely noticed the walk home. My body moved on autopilot, my mind spiraling. I knew what I saw. I knew she was real. But if she wasn't, if she had never been there then, who the hell had I been talking to? That night, I barely slept. My thoughts were a tangled mess, looping the same questions over and over. Had I hallucinated her? Was I losing my mind? At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. Then, at 2:34 a.m., I woke up. A soft noise, a whisper, right outside my window. I shot up in bed, heart hammering. The room was dark, shadows stretching long across the walls. I held my breath, listening. Nothing, but the feeling was there. That creeping, skin-crawling sensation of being watched. Slowly, I turned my head toward the window. A shape, small, still, standing on the sidewalk just beyond the glow of the street lamp. My throat closed. I couldn't move. The shape shifted, stepped forward. The light caught her face. It was her, the missing girl. The girl no one remembered. The girl I had supposedly never spoken to. She stood motionless, her dark eyes locked onto mine through the glass. And then, she smiled. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I just stared at her, at that impossible, unshakable presence standing on the sidewalk outside my window. The missing girl, the girl no one remembered, the girl I had supposedly never spoken to. She didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, her dark eyes locked onto mine through the glass. And then she smiled. Something about it was wrong, not in a horror movie way, not twisted or unnatural, but in the way that made my stomach tighten. It was familiar, too familiar. I knew that smile. And then she raised a hand, slow, deliberate, and waved. Like she knew me. Like we were friends. The room felt unbearably small. My breathing was shallow, my pulse hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I needed to get out. Without taking my eyes off her, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. My fingers were damp with sweat. I fumbled to unlock it, but when I looked back up, she was gone. A shiver ran through me. I threw off my blankets, rushing to the window, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the empty yards. Nothing. She had vanished. I swallowed hard, stepping back from the glass, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was sleep-deprived, losing it, falling deeper into some obsessive spiral. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had seen her. She was real. And then my phone buzzed in my hand. A text. From an unknown number. Just 2 words. Remember me? A chill shot through me. My grip tightened around my phone. I wanted to ignore it. I wanted to delete the message, shut my phone off, pretend none of this was happening. But I couldn't. So I did the only thing I could think of. I texted back, "Who are you?" The reply came instantly. Look deeper. I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I did exactly what the message said. I looked deeper. I spent hours online, scouring old missing persons reports, searching every forum, every archived article. My head ached, my vision blurred, but I kept going. And then I found it. Not in a news report, not in a police database, but in an old school yearbook from my school. 15 years ago. My stomach twisted as I scrolled through the scanned pages, and then, there she was. The girl from the bus stop. Same face, same eyes. I stared at the page, barely breathing. My hands shook as I read her name. Samantha Caldwell. The name hit me like a punch. Caldwell. As in Mr. Caldwell. Rachel's dad. The man who had been arrested. The stalker. Number. No, that didn't make sense. I flipped through the yearbook, skimming for details, my pulse racing, and then I saw something that made my blood run cold. A memorial page. In loving memory of Samantha Caldwell. She had died the summer after that school year, drowned in a lake. Her father, Mr. Caldwell, had reported her missing, but the body wasn't found for weeks. By then, it was too late. I slammed the laptop shut, my head pounding. Samantha Caldwell, the girl no one else remembered, the girl I had seen every morning, the girl I had talked to. I ran a shaky hand down my face, forcing myself to think. This had to be a coincidence. I was sleep-deprived, paranoid, spiraling. Maybe I saw her picture years ago and it got stuck in my subconscious. Maybe I was just... My phone buzzed again. Another text. Now do you remember? I felt sick. I didn't know what this meant. I didn't want to. But something deep in my gut told me I had to find out. I needed proof. The next morning, I went to the one place I hadn't checked yet. City Records. It took some convincing, but I got a bored clerk to pull old student attendance records from my school, ones dating back to when I would have been in kindergarten. And there, on the list, was my name. And hers. Samantha Caldwell. In my class. In my school. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, a sensation like something just out of reach, just past the surface of my memory, something I couldn't grasp. Then I saw the footnote next to her name. Transferred mid-year. Transferred? But the yearbook said she died. My hands felt numb as I checked another set of records, my breath catching as I found another Samantha Caldwell listed at a different school in another town only to be marked as withdrawn again. She had been moved. Again and again. Erased from one place, moved to another, then erased again. I had thought she was a ghost, a hallucination, a trick of my own mind. But Samantha Caldwell had been very, very real. Someone had tried to make sure she was forgotten, but I had remembered. And now, someone else knew I did. My phone buzzed one last time. Goodbye, Alex. I felt my blood turn to ice. I hadn't given anyone my name. I looked around. The air was still. The bus stop was empty. And I knew deep in my bones this was over. Whoever had been watching me, whoever had been making me remember, they were done. And for some reason, I didn't want to know why. The bus pulled away, leaving me stranded in front of a rundown convenience store, regretting every decision that led me here. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, stretching long, jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. The gas station wasn't much faded signage, rusted fuel pumps, and a flickering neon open sign barely clinging to life. I had landed this job out of necessity, not choice. My shift started at 5 p.m. and lasted until 1 a.m. Not ideal, but rent wasn't going to pay itself. My boyfriend had promised to pick me up most nights, but the idea of waiting alone in the dead of night still made me uneasy. I pushed open the glass door, triggering a tinny bell chime overhead. The inside smelled of stale air, expired snacks, and cheap cleaner. The shelves were cluttered with dusty candy bars, off-brand sodas, and overpriced motor oil. Behind the counter stood the angriest-looking man I had ever seen. He hunched over the register, scowling at the screen like he was one wrong beep away from smashing it to pieces. A crooked name tag on his shirt read, "Carl, Manager." I approached cautiously. "Hey, You're Aaron?" He barely glanced up. "Yeah." Carl grunted, jerking his thumb toward the back. "Lockers are behind the stockroom. Use Mason's." I hesitated. "I'm sharing?" "Nah, he's gone. Let's just say he was slow in the head, kept screwing up orders, mumbling nonsense all the time. We thought he was going to be a cheap hire, but he cost us more than he was worth. Useless." I clenched my jaw but nodded. "All right." Before I could walk away, the bell jingled again. A man in a faded trucker cap and flannel jacket stepped inside, balancing 2 small packages. He turned toward me, offering a friendly smile. "You must be the new hire," he said in a light southern drawl. I returned the smile, relieved to see at least one decent person here. Yeah, I just started. Good to meet you. He set the packages down on the counter and extended a hand. I'm Tim. Do deliveries here a few times a day, but most of the time it's just you and Carl. He glanced at the manager, then back at me, lowering his voice. Bless your heart, he muttered with pity, then left. Carl ignored him completely. I forced a tight-lipped smile and headed to the back. The locker room was cramped and stale, barely more than a glorified storage closet. 2 lockers sat against the wall labeled Tim and the other Mason. I pulled open Mason's locker, ready to toss my coat inside. And that's when I saw it. A small, battered notebook wedged into the back corner. Its cover was worn, edges curled, pages yellowed from use. I flipped through it absent-mindedly. Most of the pages were filled with doodle stick figures, swirling patterns, tiny animals. But the very first page was different. A grid, boxes and lines drawn with heavy strokes. It almost looked like a map. I squinted, recognizing the layout. It was the store. Each aisle was marked out in neat rows, the break room, the stock room, the locker room, all there. But there was something extra. An additional room, shaded in, attached to the locker room. I frowned. That wasn't right. The gas station had 3 back rooms. There wasn't a 4th. I glanced up, staring at the wall across from me. A filing cabinet stood against it, covered in old paperwork and stacked cardboard boxes. Curious, I nudged it forward. Just a solid wall. Then I heard footsteps. Approaching the locker room. I quickly shoved the cabinet back into place and turned as Carl stepped into the doorway. He leaned against the frame, eyes scanning the room before settling on me. "Your boyfriend's here," he muttered. I forced a nod. "Right, thanks." Carl didn't move as I walked past him. I could feel his gaze following me the entire way out. For the next week, something about that filing cabinet nagged at me. I never moved it again, but every time I walked into the locker room, my eyes drifted toward it. I told myself it was nothing, until I noticed something about Tim. Most days he brought deliveries straight to the stockroom. That made sense. But every few nights, he'd take large boxes into the locker room. He always came out empty-handed, and whenever I checked after he left, the packages were nowhere to be found. One evening, I saw him carrying another mystery box toward the back. "Hey, Tim," I called casually. He stopped mid-step, forcing a smile. "Evenin'. What's in the boxes?" His expression didn't falter, but I caught the slight shift in his stance. "Just extra inventory." He turned, taking the package toward the stockroom instead. But when I left that night, I saw him again. This time he was walking toward the locker room with the same box. That night, I moved the cabinet again. The wall wasn't just a wall. A faint square outline was carved into the floor. At one end of the square, a keyhole. My heart pounded as I pressed my foot against it. The square shifted. It wasn't just a marking. It was a trapdoor. Footsteps echoed from the store. I shoved the cabinet back into place. Carl stood near the register watching me. "Slow night?" His voice was flat. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah." His eyes lingered on me for too long. I turned back to the counter, forcing myself to act normal. A few days later, my boyfriend pulled up to take me home. As I climbed into the car, I saw Tim unloading a large package from his van. For some reason, I couldn't look away. Then I saw inside the van stacks of sealed boxes, a clipboard sitting on top. I stepped closer. Liver X10, heart X6, kidneys 212. The realization hit me like a freight train. Tim looked up. Our eyes met. His face twisted from surprise to pure, unfiltered rage. He dropped the package and sprinted toward me. I ran faster. jumped into the car. Drive, now. The police found the hidden basement beneath the locker room. Carl and Tim were arrested. The gas station was a front for organ trafficking. But the worst part? Mason, the disabled man who once worked here, he was arrested too. Not because he was innocent, because he had been caught stealing from their supply and eating them.